There is a camera on the inside as well, inside the masjid when you enter. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours. He was after he entered Delhi at 8:20 a.m., he actually took the outer ring road surrounding Delhi, and he travelled through half of the Delhi. He drove around Delhi, he drove around major places of the Delhi, and after finally being stationary in the parking lot, you can also see parts of that in that picture. This is the pavement. This is mostly, cars are mostly parked out here. You can see there are cars and autos still parked out here. And those are the pictures of the exact same place. Republic is showing you the exact same place. You can see in the camera that more than 200 police personnel have seen the surveillance videos of more than 60 CCTV footages and have traced out the 11-hour journey of Umar once he left from Faridabad at 7:30. This is the same spot. This is the same spot where he was spotted entering the masjid.
Now, viewers, we've shown you the CCTV footages, and now the important player, or rather you could say the important clue as far as this entire terror module is concerned and their nefarious activities are concerned, are the cars, the hunt for those cars and their seizure. Now, the second car was the red Eco Sport that we talked about. Now, the third one came to the picture today. That was the Brezza. That is an HR number, Haryana registered number. The Brezza car was searched for today by the police, and today it was found at the Alfala University parking in Faridabad. Viewers, here's more on that.
Since this morning, not just videos, but we've been breaking different angles, and we've got a big lead on the Pakistan link. And let me tell you how it's all adding up. The faces of terror. Who have been the faces of terror so far? Let's show you their faces and who they are linked to. This is the web of terror as unraveled by Republic TV, and in the course of the investigation, this is what we have found out. Now, it all comes down to that man, the Muslim cleric Irfan from Shopian. He's a Jaish operative who was sitting in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me tell you, Umar Nabi is the bomber. Umar Nabi used to be a student of this radical cleric called Irfan Ahmad Wage. That's Umar Nabi, the car bomber. This is Muzammil Ghane. Muzammil Ghane was arrested. So Muzammil is in custody. Muzammil is a tough nut to crack. But what we know about Muzammil is also a student of this radical cleric, radical Maulvi called Maulvi Irfan Wage. Now, these two were his students, and how did this man operate? Let me tell you a little bit more about the other two terror doctors, the faces of terror. Shaheen Shahid, the other face of terror. She was a Jaish woman wing chief. Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terror group, wanted a lady, a woman, to head their terror wing in India. And they chose Shaheen. Shaheen was chosen for that specific purpose, white-collar jihadi. And she's someone who's very, very interesting. She has been a doctor based in Lucknow, has worked in Saudi Arabia, has links in Pakistan as well. Now, let me tell you more about Shaheen Shahid. She was also in touch with Muzammil, in fact, with Irfan. And Irfan seems to be the central node of, he was not just a radical cleric, but also a radical preacher, acting as a radical recruiter for the doctor module, the terror doctor module as it's being called now. And Adil Ahmed finally, who stockpiled the weapons and who was arrested from Saharanpur. Saharanpur is where most of the clerics are. It is seen as the hub of clerics, and many of them are now under scanner. Now, let me tell you one more thing. All of them are linked to him, and how this man operated, and we spoke to his wife yesterday. How he operated was, he's a class 5 dropout, first of all. This Irfan, this cleric from Shopia called Irfan, is a class 5 dropout. And he used Telegram to try and radicalize youth. He didn't say much, he didn't do much, but one message here, there, and he would ensure that mostly white-collar professionals would respond, and he was tasked with attracting, recruiting white-collar jihadis. So he's a radical preacher, And along with him, we are getting in details, names of other clerics and some more in Saharanpur who are under scanner. We'll go across to that. But this is something that we wanted to show our viewers.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but we continue to get you the latest inputs that are coming in on the investigation. Role of Pakistan has become very much clear. The brother of terrorist Dr. Adil in touch with Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. And Delhi car bomber was in touch with Turkey-based handler Ukasha as per sources. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the Republic TV special broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this week after the blast on Monday, it was roughly around this time on Monday, 6:51 p.m. when the blast took place right outside the Red Fort. And in the last 3 to 4 days, we here at Republic TV have been trying to piece together what we know so far about the blast. The men, the women, the module, the terror groups, the Pakistani links. We've been able to put together what we know, and in the course of the next 1 hour, here on Republic TV, Shavan and I will try and take you through the investigation. The Republic investigation continues as we piece together everything that our agencies and our investigators are telling us about the 10/11 conspiracy. Shavan, if you want to tell our viewers what we have today.
Tonight, in fact, we have come with a full detailed investigation. All this while, ladies and gentlemen, you may have been told that whether at all there is any Pakistan link or not. Right from day one, when the blast took place, and a few hours later when we basically went through this entire footage, we basically did get an inkling that there has to be something more sinister, and that's exactly what has happened. Tonight, like always, we have come to you with full-fledged evidence that has been gathered by the investigative agencies, and like always, ahead of others, we are putting out full details. Every piece of information that we're going to put out over the next 1 hour is verified, and that has set the agenda, raising questions as to why exactly are we being squeamish in taking the name of the kingpin here. The kingpin is across the border. Tonight, we're going to take our viewers through every small details.
Let's first look at the faces so far, ladies and gentlemen. In the last 3 to 4 days, these are the faces that we've been able to gather, piece together the web of terror. These are the doctors of terror. This man is not a doctor, he's a class 5 dropout. And this man is key. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, in today's day and age, Shavan, a class 5 dropout, a radical Muslim, radical preacher sitting in Shopia, Kashmir, managed to bring all of them together. These two, this is the bomber of Delhi, Umar Nabi, this is Muzammil, both of them classmates at GMC Anantnag, both of them neighbors, both of them then come to Alfala University in Faridabad. Both of them happen to be followers and students of this radical cleric, and this man, Shavan, brought all of them together. What was his role in this entire investigation, and how does he become the key now?
Well, in fact, the radicalization process actually begins with this man called Maulvi Irfan, based out of Shopia. But as we have been pointing out in the last 2 days, that could this have been done by only this man? That's not the case, because it turns out from what we have gathered today, Niranjan, is that this man, Dr. Muzammil, here you have Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen. One, the fact that they are highly radicalized, the fact that it all started way back in 2022. In fact, over the next couple of minutes, we're going to tell you more faces have basically emerged, those who are behind this entire radicalization process and how they all essentially came together. And tonight, the focus will be on this man, Dr. Adil Ahmed. And I'm going to tell you why Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil and Umar's, or when all of them basically came together, where did they go? Over the last few years, what were they essentially doing? And who was the man who wasn't unmasked all this while, Niranjan?
Yeah. Shawan, I think it brings us to the Pakistan link, and this has been a big exclusive today, ladies and gentlemen. A little after 10 a.m. this morning, we got a picture, Shawan got a picture of this doctor. He's also a doctor, Muzaffar. And Muzaffar happens to be a key link. He's the Pakistan link. And we are now going to show you more about Muzaffar. He's the brother of the terrorist Adil Rathar, who we just showed you. His brother, Muzaffar, was the one in Pakistan, was the one who then moved to Afghanistan, was the man who held a meeting with these bombers in Turkey. We've been able to pick up details of who he is and why he's critical. Here's the big exclusive of the day. Shawan will take a look at the story and then tell you more about Muzaffar. Take a look.
It is now confirmed. Pakistan's hand in the Delhi terror plot is undeniable. The man at the center, Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed Rathar, brother of arrested terror doctor Adil, was the link connecting the entire module to Pakistan-based handle. Investigators say Pakistan is now using Afghan soil to direct attacks inside India. It begins in 2022. The first foreign link surfaces. Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil fly to Turkey, where they meet Pakistani handler Okhla in Istanbul, the man who later directed the Delhi module. By 2023, Muzaffar shifts base to Dubai, posing as a professional while secretly acting as a liaison between the terror module and the Pakistani handlers. Every instruction, every fund transfer routed through him. Then, in 2025, after his brother Dr. Adil's arrest, Muzaffar flees to Afghanistan, switching locations. From Kabul, he coordinates with handlers Okhla and Khattab, relaying final directions for the Delhi blasts. And finally, in 2025, the link is nailed. As the Red Fort blast probe deepens, Muzaffar's name emerges as the prime handler. Now J&K police, through the CBI, have moved Interpol for a red corner notice to bring him back. From Kashmir to Kabul, Istanbul to Delhi, the trail exposes a terror network that spans 3 countries and 2 continents.
We are outside the residence of Dr. Adil and Muzaffar. Adil is already in the custody of J&K police, the Srinagar police, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police has requested Interpol, as they had approached Interpol, to issue a red corner notice as well as the Muzaffar is concerned. Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund, Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module Mudassir.
And as Republic continues to expose this white-collar terror syndicate, the hunt for terror Dr. Muzaffar Rathar now goes global.
Well, in fact, Dr. Muzaffar becomes the key person. In fact, this afternoon, after we broke this, Jammu and Kashmir Police has now confirmed that they are basically reaching out to the Central Bureau of Investigation, which happens to be the nodal agency as far as Interpol is concerned. And a red corner notice is going to be issued because this man is no longer in India. So let's take you through the details. This on your screen is Dr. Muzaffar Ahmad Rather, who happens to be the brother of Adil Rather, and he was the one who was basically running this entire doctor module sitting out of Dubai. It is only after the arrest of Adil things started changing. Let's carry on. Brother of terrorist Dr. Adil, as we just pointed out, in fact, he has been in India for some time and thereafter he started moving out. The moment Niranjan he left from India, he basically started connecting with the handlers.
Yeah, can we go to the next point, please? Let's keep moving fast. He was in touch with the Pakistani handler who moved to Afghanistan and was based there. Omar was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, and this was after the arrest of Muzammil, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. His brother was arrested, Saharanpur, and after that module was busted,
can I just quickly add this point that Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil visited Turkey in 2022 because it turns out
they're brothers.
This is not the brother.
Adil
was the brother. Yeah. So they went to Turkey in 2022. I'll just finish all the points that we have and I'll add a few things that we have missed out here. Muzaffar and Muzammil met Pakistani handler, that is the Osaka is the handler which has been named in Istanbul. It could be a code name also. And as far as the Dubai link here, Muzaffar was actually coordinating this doctor terror module sitting out of Dubai. And can we just move a little quickly? And after the terror, Dr. Adil's arrest moved to Afghanistan.
He moved to Afghanistan.
Yeah, so let's just quickly recap this. So all this while, you only knew about these 4 doctors. Now, this man was in the hiding. No one knew about it. This morning when I got a call from my source that here is the other link that is emerging and what's the Pakistan link. Muzaffar, in fact, was directly in touch with the Jaish handlers. 2 of the handlers, one happens to be Khatab and the other is Osaka. Osaka could be a code name altogether, Niranjan, but it turns out that while he was in Dubai, he was coordinating with all of them here. Of course, you've had the clerics. One cleric happens to be from Mewat, who was the logistical provider. But the moment Adil his brother was arrested, he immediately left for Afghanistan. And from there, he started basically coordinating this entire thing. It turns out that Omar, who was actually in Faridabad, got a call directly from the handlers, including Muzaffar. And Muzaffar had given the instruction that carry on, do what we had basically asked. And which essentially translated to carry out the bombing because their initial plan was serial bombing in the month of December.
Yeah, serial blasts were planned for December, but they advanced that plan after the arrest of the entire Alfala module, which brings us to the story of Alfala, the university on the edge of Delhi NCR, ladies and gentlemen, in Faridabad. Trouble is mounting for the Alfala University. Now, they tried to claim that they had nothing to do with their own faculty. Can you imagine if it was 1 faculty member, 2 faculty members, 3 faculty members, okay, 4. 5 faculty members, 6 of them have been arrested, more under the scanner, and their funding is now under scanner, details of which we've brought out today. Alfala University can't just say we had nothing to do with it, they were just staff and nothing else. One of the cars that were to allegedly be used in the bombings have been found inside the Alfala University. Shavan, if you can quickly tell us what is happening on the Alfala front, we'll then go into that story.
Well, Niranjan, you pointed out that it is not about 1 doctor, 2 doctor. You have the entire module basically operating from inside the campus, multiple meetings that took place inside building number 17, which we are going to show you in a short while from now. We were the only network to have actually gone inside to get a sense of what was really happening. Now, this is what I've picked up in the last few hours. In fact, when Home Minister Amit Shah called in for a meeting this afternoon, he's given direct instructions that look into how were they really operating. When I spoke to one of my sources who was part of the meeting, essentially indicated that you will have the financial agencies basically looking into how exactly were they getting the funding. In fact, the management so far has been saying that all of the money that they've been getting are from the one that has been collected through fees. That's not possible. It turns out that the owner of Alfala, in fact, was his name surfaced during a chit fund scam, was actually behind bars. And it now turns out that the agencies suspect that there is a dubious financial transaction that has taken place. And in the days to come, you would have the Enforcement Directorate filing an ECIR, which is an FIR equivalent.
Here's what is happening in the case of Alfala. ED also stepping in. We went inside. Here's what we found out.
Haryana's Alfala University has come under the scanner after its alleged links to the Red Fort blast has emerged to the forefront. Today, India's higher education regulator, National Assessment and Accreditation, has issued a notice to the Alfala University for displaying a false accreditation claim.
Here we'll show you. You see Alfala University in this form, a private university established by an Act of Haryana, recognized by UGC under section accredited with A grade. Now this is the claim, which is an absolute false claim. NACC has said that this is a false claim. We'll also show you how this university has issued a statement. We are going to show you how they have completely ridden their hands from any kind of association with these doctors. We wish to make it clear that university has no connection with the said persons apart from working in their official capacities with the university. And here we also want to make it loud and clear that as responsible institution, we stand in solidarity with the nation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment. So this is what the university has issued, and we are right now at the office here in Okhla. The Haryana police, Delhi police was here. They've collected certain documents which is connected to the university, to their ownership, related to other important, again, the information is not disclosed at the moment because it is an ongoing investigation.
Further, the university has been given 7 days to respond to the notice. Meanwhile, the university's funding as well as the financial transactions of its doctors will also be probed. ED is also set to file a case against Alfala University, and top government sources claim that suspicious financial transactions are to be probed. Amidst this, the Alfala University website has been taken down by administrators, with security agencies looking into reasons behind this action by university authorities. Meanwhile, the bomb squad has also reached the Alfala University.
Minutes after the show cause notice news broke, it is being found the university's website has been taken down by the university authorities. Now we talk about what are the security forces who have been here for several days now. It's the 4th day that the security forces are inside. This is the very premises. I would request my camera person to show you. This is the very premises. It is well within the interiors that the whole premises has been taken over by the security agencies, be it STF, be it crime branch officials, be it police officials from different departments of Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi police as well for that matter.
Here's what the university's legal advisor had to say.
मैडम, ये एक दुखद घटना हुई है. यूनिवर्सिटी इस चीज़ के लिए बहुत दुख में है, सदमे में है. और यूनिवर्सिटी के लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, इतने नोबल प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद उन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, आइसोलेटेड वाली हरकत की है, उनके खिलाफ पूर्णतः कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. जो लोग इसको उन लोगों को रेडिकलाइज किया है, जिन लोगों ने भी किया है, उनके खिलाफ भी पूरी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. उन्हें जस्टिस पे लाना चाहिए.
सर, इसकी फंडिंग को लेके, अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी की फंडिंग को लेके बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं, उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है, अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है. अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से, किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है. अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है. अल्फला एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है.
The institution in Faridabad's Dhoj village grabbed national attention after it emerged that terror doctor Umar Nabi, who carried out the Red Fort blast, was employed there. Apart from Umar, 2 of his accomplices, terror doctors Muzammil Shakil and Shaheen, also part of a white-collar jihad terror network, worked at the university. And now, only one question remains. Is this all a strange coincidence, or was the terror den part of a bigger conspiracy?
And speaking about Alfala, we've gathered more breaking news inputs. In fact, everybody is wondering what was happening inside this university in the Delhi National Capital Region, ladies and gentlemen. Faridabad, surrounded by Gurugram, New Delhi, Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad. Now, all of these cities are in the Delhi NCR region, Shawan. And nobody knew that Alfala, a university, was home to a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. It had almost become a den for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So much so that the police were inside a few days back. That's the breaking news input that we have right now. Shawan, do you want to tell our viewers what the breaking news input is?
Well, in fact, our colleague Soumya, who had gone inside Alfala University to get a sense of what was actually happening, she's spoken to a lot of people. Now, this is what we are picking up. As late as 3rd of November, you've had the Faridabad police actually entering Alfala University for a police verification. And lo and behold, this is what happens. The police goes into room number 29 on 3rd of November to do a police verification of Dr. Shaheen. What we do not know is to whether at all the Faridabad police did actually manage to sniff anything, because it turns out that the plan was that she wanted to leave the country immediately after the serial bombing. The serial bombing, in fact, was basically planned for the month of December, and multiple bombings were to take place. Niranjan, not just one location, but multiple locations. Urban centers were to be targeted. It seems that she had already applied for a visa. What we do not know is where exactly was she planning to go, which country she had basically applied. Of course, the police really knows about it. Now, it does appear right now that we've just got information that the visa was already applied, and since the visa was applied, I'm given to understand some sort of a verification was to be done. Now, this verification can only happen if at all the police basically, they've generally would have done that for a passport. Okay. But it seems it has done for a visa too. Let's try and get more word from.
Is it normal, before we go across to Soumya, you can put Soumya on the screen, Shara. Is it normal for the police, when you apply for a visa, to go to the campus and check?
Niranjan, let me just tell you this, that the police was aware that something was wrong, because this is not an operation that has been done in the last few days. This has been going on for quite some time. In fact, it seems that on 10th of November, when they were very close to nabbing Umar, things really went out of hand. And we do not know as to if at all this was for a visa. Why exactly would there be a police verification to begin with? Because generally that's not the case, unless it is to a country like Pakistan.
Okay, Soumya, let's go across to her. Do we know where she applied the visa for? Where was she going to go? Where did she plan to flee India and go to?
Yes, well, see, the details with regards to where was the visa application, for which country the application was for, it's still under the wraps. As far as the details that we've accessed, that the verification happened on 3rd of November. The exact room number where the verification happened, we have the details with regards to that. The room number 29, apparently, which belonged to the terror Dr. Shaheen. The verification happened then. However, if you can see the chronology, it was on October, towards the end of the October, when Mujammil Shakil was arrested, and few days later the police was here for a passport verification of Dr. Shaheen. So a lot of things have started to unraveling with regards to the terror Dr. Shaheen's active role in this terror module, and how the whole plan was for multiple terror blasts, serial blasts here in the national capital. However, the month which was decided was of December, but the plan eventually was that if the plan goes successfully, she was supposed to flee India. With regards to which country the visa was for, visa application was for, it is still under the wraps. The details with regards to that are yet to be given by the police officials. However, as we speak, we are outside the Alfala University, where earlier today the fourth car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module.
Thank you for that. In fact, one of the cars that was recovered today, Shawan, was inside the Alfala campus. Actually, it can't even be called a university anymore, right? The university status has been revoked.
Yes.
So let's just call it Alfala. At Alfala, today there was a big development. If you can show the videos of the 3 cars that have been a part of this entire plot so far. We don't know how many cars more. Shawan has
Well, in fact, you know, with every passing day, there is more and more information coming in. In fact, when I spoke to a source of mine earlier today, just to get a confirmation about the number of vehicles, you know, there isn't clarity, but they suspect, because since the plan was to carry out serial bombings in the month of December, it was not limited to just 1 car. And it seems there are more number of people who are part of this doctor module. In fact, on your screens right now, the Hyundai i20, Red EcoSport, and the Brezza, the Maruti Brezza, which was basically seized earlier today. Niranjan, if you would like to take it forward.
Yeah,
with
so
regards to
what we know so far,
how.
One of the angles that we've been able to bring to our viewers is that this particular car was loaded with ammonium nitrate fuel oil triggered by IED. The explosion that you saw, and the intensity of the explosion was such that in a split second, people were killed and body parts flung 300, 400 meters away, some of which were even found this morning. That was the intensity of the blast triggered inside this car. In one particular angle of the CCTV, when the car is passing through a toll booth, you can even see material on the rear seat of the car. Now, we don't know what that material was, but safe to assume that their plan was to make car bombs, load car bombs like the Hyundai i20, a Ford EcoSport that went missing yesterday. There was a wild goose chase for it. They found it in Faridabad, close to the Alfala University. Now, there was an investigation, Shawan, so I'd like to hear from you what was found in that investigation on this red car, because it went on for 24 hours. And we were told that a third car was also owned by these terror doctors as of this minute. And that car was found inside the university campus today, Shawan.
Well, in fact, in terms of what is it that they have found so far? We are being told that explosives that were recovered from 2 houses in Faridabad was not all. There are more explosives that they suspect that was hidden somewhere else. It turns out that some of the explosives, we haven't been told as yet of the amount of explosives that have been recovered from this vehicle that you see. Till about 2 o'clock this morning, this particular car was being examined. Entire area was actually being cordoned off. No one was being allowed to come closer. And interestingly, this vehicle was basically found from a farmhouse. It was parked after the blast actually took place. And the fact of the matter is that the brother-in-law of Omar was actually using this particular vehicle. So just look at it, how it is spreading. The tentacles of this entire doctor module has a far-reaching impact.
Okay, so here's the story so far. Now, we are told that 3 cars, pictures of which we have, but there could have been many more cars that they plan to acquire, load up with bombs, because the amount of explosives that they had gathered, which we know of, is just 3 tons. They plan to prepare car bombs and take it to different parts of the country and explode it in December, like we've been talking about. December serial blasts were planned. Here's the story of the cars and what we know so far.
These 3 cars on the screen are the essential parts of the larger web of the terror attack on the national capital. Car number 1, white Hyundai i20, that did a zigzag through the capital and then blasted off, with terror doctor Umar Nabi sitting behind the wheel. Car number 2, the red Ford EcoSport, seized by the police near the Khandawali village, said to be owned by the same terror doctor Umar Nabi and used to export the explosives.
इस वक्त हम फरीदाबाद के खंडावली गांव के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जहां पे लाल रंग की इको स्पोर्ट कार को स्पॉट किया गया था। ये गाड़ी डॉक्टर उमर जो आतंकी है उसके नाम रजिस्टर्ड थी। मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर में आप देख सकते हैं, हाँ, लगभग हम यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मौजूद हैं। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, रेड कलर की इको स्पोर्ट कार आपको तस्वीरों में देखी जा सकती है। कल शाम के समय इसी गाँव के प्लॉट में गाड़ी को स्पॉट किया गया था और अब गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया जा रहा है। कल शाम के समय NSG की टीम यहाँ पर पहुँची थी। NSG के अलावा जांच एजेंसी यहाँ पर आई थी, NIA की टीम आई थी और गाड़ी को पूरी तरह सर्च किया गया है और सर्च करने के बाद NSG की टीम यहाँ से जा चुकी है।
And car number 3, Maruti Brezza, found today. parked near the Alfala University and allegedly having been used for recce before the attack. According to the sources, the original plan was to acquire 32 vehicles and carry out a coordinated vehicle-borne IED serial attacks across the city. The script had been prepared, explosives had been acquired, and the cars were to be assigned. With the discovery of Brezza at the Alfala University today, the number of cars found linked to the Delhi blast has come to 3, encompassing parts of Delhi and Faridabad and raising more questions. How massive was the actual planned attack? And how many vehicles are yet to be found?
So if there were so many cars, ladies and gentlemen, and if one car has created mayhem in the Delhi NCR, whether it's 4 cars or 32 cars, how many cars did they have? Was there a larger module? Were there more terror doctors? Shawan, what do we know? And then we'll take that report. If you can tell us quickly, how big was this December serial blast plot?
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if I say, as far as the investigation goes, we just know a part of the story. The full story is this, ladies and gentlemen, that it starts with this man called Dr. Muzammil, who essentially wanted to start a new outfit. Information of which, obviously, Pakistan's ISI had, and they wanted to use it at the right time. It turns out in the month of October, when they started having multiple meetings with ISI in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, and they wanted to tap vulnerable people, Muzammil was one such person. In fact, the instructions that were essentially given was take full revenge of Operation Sindoor. And the reason why that they wanted to strike now was only because they were frustrated in the manner India was able to destroy Bahawalpur, the terror headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. That is the reason why they wanted that there has to be a non-deniability factor. They did not want Pakistanis to be involved in it. So they wanted to use locals. Local Kashmiris are to be used so that all times Pakistanis can stay away from it. It turns out that they already knew that this man was working towards it, took full advantage of it. In fact, Adil, Muzammil and Omar were basically amassing this entire arms and ammunition for the last 2 years. This entire setup did actually exist. They were waiting for the right time. It's just that the funding came in and the fact the push came in from Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they essentially decided that in the month of December, some vulnerable locations and locations which is going to have a far-reaching impact. For instance, Uttar Pradesh happened to be one such place that was on top of their priority list, Niranjan.
Obviously, they've been eyeing the Ram Mandir for many years. That's one of the details that we picked up, that they planned a much larger blast, and the sleeper cells have been working for many years, but they found this moment now, November, to strike because of 1, the arrest, 2, Operation Sindoor. Here's what they initially planned.
What investigators initially believed to be an isolated incident has now turned out to be far more alarming, far more sinister. Sources tell Republic that the arrested suspects, allegedly linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, had drawn up a detailed, multi-phase plan to execute 6 coordinated blasts across the NCR. Interrogation details show the date was not random. The module shows December 6th, the day the Babri Masjid was demolished, as a deliberate act of revenge. Intelligence officials say that the accused even referred to the operation as a symbolic strike for Babri. According to the investigators, the suspects had planned the plot in 5 precise phases, from forming their cell to triggering the blasts. The operation began with the formation of the terror module, linking with JEM and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Raw materials for IEDs and ammunition was then sourced from Nuh and Gurugram, Haryana. Lethal chemical IEDs were also manufactured. Potential targets were identified. Assembled bombs were then distributed among the module members. Officials say that the group was originally meant to strike in August, but operational setbacks delayed the plan. When revived, the date chosen was not just tactical. It was ideological, tied to decades of propaganda by Jaish-e-Mohammed against the Babri demolition. And as investigators piece together what is Delhi's one of the darkest days, the focus now shifts to uncovering who else was part of this deadly conspiracy.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, one of the key elements of being a journalist in the newsroom and not on the field, in the newsroom, is witnessing all of these pictures, videos, images that come into the newsroom during a big story. And one defining image that came in last night, Shawan, just when we thought we had wrapped up, a little after 11:30, when we just left office, a video came in showing the moment of the explosion, and this is the closest we've seen it. I'd like to show that video now on your screen. Let's show you the video of the moment of the explosion. Not this one, Sharat, the last night, the video that we broke, the moment of the explosion, where a CCTV footage captures all the vehicles standing at the signal, and we broke it a little after 11 a.m. Yeah, look at this video. This 11 p.m., I beg your pardon. Look at this video. When you play this video from the beginning, let's just pause the video there. Pause the video. Can we pause it? Okay. Okay, we got to pause. Just rewind it a bit. Okay, rewind it a bit. Okay, we'll play the video again. But what I wanted to just, point out in this video, let's pause it please right now. Yeah, okay, you look at this video. Shawan, it was carefully chosen, right? You see all the videos, he's moving around Delhi, he's going around all the streets, but 6:51 p.m., this is the car, right? You can see the lights blinking when the video plays, not playing it right now, but just want to point out how crowded this area was. If anybody is familiar with this particular location in Delhi, this is right outside the Red Fort metro station. Shawan, I've been there a couple of times. Extremely crowded, right? Just when you come up the metro station, this is what you find. And all these auto rickshaws that you see here, and I can count at least 15 to 20 of them, from here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are at least 20 you can count. These auto rickshaws are basically waiting along the road, along the footpath to just pick up passengers because it's a highly crowded area. This place was clearly chosen, Shawan.
Well, in fact, one aspect is this. What happens before this and what was he really doing? That is very clear because it seems that a decision was taken that he was very close to have been in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. And that they wanted to ensure that something has to be done because if this guy if Omar gets arrested, the entire module basically collapses because he happens to be the most radicalized character, someone all through in the meetings that have taken place. And so far, Shaheen, Muzammal, as well as Adil, all have essentially said that this man was the one who was pushing for it. Now, what really happens here? Now, he carries this entire arms, the ammunition that he had in the boot space of the car. It was an ammonium nitrate fuel oil with IED-borne vehicle. That's quite similar to what we had seen in the High Court blast that had taken place. Now, this person, this terror doctor basically moves towards this area. It seems that only discrepancy here in Niranjan is that Connaught Place was also one of the target.
Okay.
Was he really moving towards Connaught Place is something that they are still trying to figure out. Yeah. But here he comes in, sees the signal here and realizes that it will cause some damage. And that is exactly what has happened. But the reason why this was done in a hurried manner was only because he was very close to have been caught.
Shawan, you look at the timer there. Let's play the video in real time as it came in. Shawan, Sharath, let's just keep playing it, right? Let's just keep playing it, okay? You just see, people are moving and boom, and everything is just, look at this. I mean, this video is so telling. And the next second, can we just go to the aftermath and pause on that video? In 1 second or a split second, there's an explosion. Just pause it. In a split second, there's an explosion, right? And this is the aftermath. You can see that there is nothing left. You can see that there is the frame of a vehicle that is left behind. There's a spark and the damage was done.
This is all the mangled remains of the cars.
Have you seen this ammonium nitrate fuel oil being used anywhere before in India, Shravan?
Well, in fact, it was in Coimbatore blast that has happened, not really the case as far as the Delhi High Court blast is concerned. Now, they could have basically added more to it, sharpeners and other metal items which would have had a high-intensity impact. Having said that, it seems that only reason why that could not have happened is because they knew that he would have been arrested.
But I've never seen a video like this, Shravan, I have to say. We've seen many suicide bombings. We've seen many bombing videos that we usually come into our newsroom. But an impact like this, there is a spark and boom, this is what is left behind. I had to say that I was shocked seeing this video. 12 people died, that's the official number. This morning, there was a forearm of a person found 300 meters away. That was the impact of this blast. So I think we'll go to the next report right now. Here's the report of how investigators reconstructed the site and what they found on the intensity of the blast and this particular car bomber, Umar Nabi, the Hyundai i20. What really happened? Here's what we know from the investigators.
Agencies accessed footage showing the suspect, Terror Dr. Umar Nabi, masked, driving the white Hyundai i20 through the Faridabad toll plaza. The footage shows him looking consciously into the camera, as it is also visible that there has been a large bag or an object visible on the back seat of the car. Investigators believe that the bag contained explosive devices that detonated at the Red Fort. The same vehicle was later spotted driving through the Connaught Place, the heart of the capital. Investigators believe that this may have been their idea to carry out the blast at central Delhi, just about 3.1 kilometers away from the M Block Connaught Place. The final known stop before the Red Fort parking lot was the Faiz Elahi Masjid. Footage confirms Dr. Umar visited the Faiz Elahi Masjid in Old Delhi. He drove from here straight towards the Red Fort site. The three videos that have emerged today all add up. The aftermath is not known. Look at this. Umar Nabi was seen entering the Red Fort parking lot at around 3:19 p.m., leaving at 6:48 p.m. He's believed to have been inside the car in this period. The bombing day now pieced together in videos.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, some big news now coming in. The response really coming in from the government. Remember, there was a CCS immediately after the Prime Minister basically landed in the national capital, where the government has basically called this a terrorist act. Now you have the Home Minister, who's overseeing this entire investigation, has put out a stern message, Niranjan.
Shravan, the Home Minister's message, it's being attributed to the Home Minister. So there's a story breaking into our newsrooms right now. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has said punishment for Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. I'm repeating because this is an extremely strongly worded message. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, saying punishment for the Delhi blast perpetrators will send a message to the world that no one should dare to think of such an attack again. Shravan, obviously he's talking about the punishment, and that punishment will be, I don't know, kinetic?
Well, in fact, non-kinetic operations are already going on. Whether at all there would be kinetic operation is something that one will have to wait and watch. But, you know, step one has already taken place. That is the government calling it a terrorist attack. If that is the case, what really happens with the newly adopted doctrine of the government here, where any such act of, would be considered as an act, this would be considered as an act against the country. And the fact of the matter is this, Niranjan, that Amit Shah, who is overseeing this entire investigation, has made two messages in the last 48 hours. One with regards to the fact that this is a terrorist attack. The second is with regards to the fact that the perpetrators will be facing the harshest action. And that is the reason why they're piecing together all information right now with regards to who exactly is really behind it. From the investigation point of view, it points towards Pakistan. It does point towards the fact that Jaish-e-Mohammed is behind it. The government so far hasn't officially named Pakistan. They haven't really spoken about the Jaish link. But as we are basically piecing together all that we are getting in right now, there is a clear link as far as these terror doctors are concerned and their handlers who are basically based out of Pakistan. So there is a link, and there is a messaging that the Home Minister is doing right now. This comes at a time when the United States of America too has basically come on board, where United States of America, the Secretary of State, has essentially indicated that this is a terrorist attack and carried out with the intention to cause maximum damage.
Yeah, and he's also said that India knows how to deal with such a situation, and they will. Which is perhaps, Shravan, the last time we responded to a terror attack, it was post-Pahalgam. And post-Pahalgam, when we responded to Pakistan, America tried to intervene. America tried to intervene, could not fail. It was ceasefire call, desperate ceasefire call that went out from Pakistan. But this time around, America knows. America saying, we are aware it is a terror attack, and they have said India is capable of handling this particular situation. And if the Prime Minister says, or if the Home Minister says that we will ensure such punishment that it will never be done again, then Shravan, I don't know, it's a strong message, but strong messaging happened even post-Pahalgam. Strong message happened even post-Operation Sindoor.
Well, let's be very clear here. Post-Pahalgam, there was twofold action that has taken place. One, those who are the mastermind, those who are behind the conspiracy. And that is the reason why there was specific action that was essentially taken against Pakistan, because these were terror dens that were essentially targeted. And then, of course, you've had Operation Mahadev. Those who are behind the Pahalgam massacre, they too were targeted, and these were precision attacks that were carried out. Now, once again, the government making two very serious messaging over the last 24 hours itself. You've had the CCS. The CCS is usually conducted when you have internal security issues or an external security issue, and this time it was after the Delhi blast. The last was only for Nepal as well as in Bangladesh.
I think we have a detailed statement coming in. Yeah.
Till the time you pull that out, let me just quickly say this. 24 hours, two strong messaging coming in from the government. One, the CCS. Second, today, Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, saying that strongest action will be taken?
Well, I have the full statement here. Union Home Minister Amit Shah inaugurated, this was during the inauguration of the Sri Motibai Chaudhary Sagar Sainik School and Sagar Organic Plant in Gujarat through video conferencing. While expressing his condolences to the families of those who died in the Delhi car blast, Prime Minister Modi's resolve to give strict punishment to all those responsible for this car blast will definitely be fulfilled. He says the punishment given to the culprits of the Delhi car blast will send a message to the world that in the future no one can even think of carrying out such an attack again in our country. All eyes are on the government. All eyes are on the government. Let's see what they do. Taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this special broadcast. A reminder that at 8 p.m. with Arnab, looking at the radicalization angle. Islamist radicalization, a reality you can't run away from that led to these terror doctors, radicalized terror doctors and cleric network that led to the blast in Delhi. And at 9 p.m. the investigation, the pieces are being put together. It's time for a crackdown and nothing less than a complete crackdown this time.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail, because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death.
The startup park by IQ Ventures continues to set new benchmarks for India's innovation ecosystem. And today's Deep Tech conference in Bengaluru exemplifies this vision. The venue is alive with energy as founders, creators and investors gather to exchange ideas and launch new ventures. A highlight of the day is the arrival of Akshat Agarwal, founder of Arya, whose mission is to create dynamic co-living and co-working spaces for ambitious builders. As Akshat shares his story, Startup Park stands out as a platform empowering innovators to turn bold ideas into reality, fostering an environment and atmosphere where daring projects and meaningful communities thrive side by side. At Startup Park, Events like Deep Tech Conference offer a space for experimentation and real connection, perfectly aligned with Akshat's vision for Arya. During his expert talk, he challenges attendees to imagine future societies, harnessing collaboration to reshape urban living.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Delhi blast. Wake-up call against radical terror. Radicalization debate takes center stage. Time for Muslims to call out Islamist radicalization. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock.
Startup Park Bangalore was buzzing with excitement at today's Deep Tech Conference, as leaders in technology and entrepreneurship came together to drive forward the country's innovation agenda. Abdul Samad, founder and CEO of Appetite Studio, took center stage with his vision for harnessing Web3 and blockchain to solve public challenges.
So what Shafi has done
with the startup park is, I would say, is the beginning of what Shafi has in mind. Like whatever you see here, all these startups that have come here, all the startups that have been incubated, all of those 9 to 5 people who have become like, you know, dreamers of something very big. Like it's just the beginning of it. So there's going to be, like I've spoken on stages, there's going to be a lot of network states and discussions around it, and like, you know, future possibilities of what it could be, and a sort of similar great things that could come out of what is just the beginning as a startup park.
Startup Park by IQ Ventures proved to be the perfect launchpad for such ideas, offering the infrastructure, mentorship and collaborative energy that fuel projects with purpose. With Samad's story at its heart, Startup Park continues to inspire and enable those dedicated to shaping a better tomorrow through innovation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching the special broadcast here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. While we talk about Delhi 10/11, the Delhi blast, the 10/11 conspiracy, there is something sinister that's happening. And it all is linked to Pakistan. And we wanted to break away from the 10/11 conspiracy to another bit of breaking news update that we're getting in. You may have heard of flights being delayed, flights being affected in different airports, but mostly the Delhi airport, all terminals at the Delhi airport a few days ago. It now appears that too was a sinister Pakistani design. Shavan, should we go to the breaking first up?
Well, in fact, it is about GPS spoofing. We'll try and break it down for you to understand what exactly is GPS spoofing. In a layman term, it is essentially interfering with the signal that an aircraft actually gets, leading to a situation that for a couple of minutes you would actually get the wrong signal. For instance, if the aircraft is about to land at the IGI airport, it gets the wrong signal, leading to a absolute chaos for the ATC as well as the pilot. In fact, just about a few hours ago, we are given to understand the DGCA, in fact, has now told all the airlines that the moment you report GPS spoofing, you have to do it within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we wanted to bring the details of the GPS spoofing. And I think this tells us what really happened at the Delhi airport. Just to tell our viewers a little bit about what we've understood from the details that Shavan has been able to gather through our reporters, Soumya, Harsha, everyone on the ground. Harsha, in fact, has been tracking the aviation story, and she spoke about how it could be a bigger threat than what we initially thought. Delhi's airspace faced a massive GNSS or GPS disruption on the 5th of November. That's roughly about 7 to 8 days ago. Over 800 flights were delayed, and we all reported it. Complete chaos at the airports, especially because of Delhi being impacted. Flights were either delayed, diverted at Delhi's IGI airport during this disruption. And let's also tell you what we know so far about GPS spoofing. Pilots reported loss of navigation and position errors, which effectively means in layman's language, Shavan, that when they were landing during an approach, essentially they went blind. Is that the right way to put it? When you're landing, you go blind.
So you're basically interfering with the internal system of an aircraft. So there are certain calculations based on which the aircraft basically lands. And if you try to mess with that, it could actually have a disastrous ending, if I may say so, because that is exactly what most of the airlines have actually reported. And now the DGC has gotten into the picture.
Okay, so should we go across to Harsha? Harsha joining us with the details. Let's go across to her. Harsha, how sure are we that this was a GPS spoofing attempt? If it was a GPS spoofing attempt, do we know where it was done from? Because if the range of such an exercise is maximum 100, 120, 150 kilometers, where was it being done from?
So, Niranjan, Shawan, this is not something which is very common. We can't ignore it because it's a GPS spoofing. It doesn't happen. It's not like a technical issue in an aircraft which can be fixed, maintained, or repaired. It is a proper system which is fitted in the aircraft, in the cockpit of the aircraft. And GPS spoofing happens, Niranjan, Shawan, 6 nautical miles above the runway. When the aircraft is about to land, it's 6 nautical miles away from the runway. At that particular timing, the GPS spoofing is happening. And almost for 15 to 20 days, multiple airlines, multiple carrier complained to the DGCA, which was happening at Delhi airport. First time GPS spoofing happened at Delhi airport, and the DGCA took the notice of it after regular complaints. There was one particular aircraft which was supposed to land in Delhi, but it got diverted to Amritsar because of the GPS spoofing. The GPS stopped working, the navigation switch went to left, then to right, and the pilot couldn't understand exactly where the plane has to land. And that was the big goof up which happened inside the aircraft. That is how GPS spoofing happens. The pilot will not know the navigation, the pilot will have no idea about the air traffic, the pilot will have no idea which plane is coming on the left direction, which is on the right direction. The pilot will have no controls of the GPS navigation. That is the kind of loss of signal which is happening 16 nautical miles mid-air. This is what we have got to know from the regulatory body, from the BTAC, and from the dial as well. And today we have got to know that from past 2 days, there was something fishy which was happening in the Mumbai airspace. The airspace, the international it was monitored that the international flights which are going through Arabian Sea, this particular route P594 and L639, these are the international routes around Pakistan coastal area and the Arabian Sea. The GPS is monitored, and it's seen that it is fixated from that particular area. The GPS spoofing is happening, and therefore the fresh notam was issued that no international flight will use this particular route. So now P574 and L639 route will not be used by the international flight. This was a particular notam which was issued to all the airlines carrier, because now the military is of the opinion that something is happening. There's something fishy which is happening. So Pakistan is not only affecting us on the border, but also in the air as well. And therefore, proper monitoring is being done by DGCA in the air. If we talk about the New Delhi route, if we talk about the Mumbai route, and Mumbai airspace is being monitored from last 2 days, and some serious activity has been noticed. Multiple international aircraft have complained about the GPS spoofing. We have got that number is around 10 to 15 international flight, which have clearly stated that the GPS signal stopped working. There was a loss of GPS signal, and suddenly we couldn't navigate that where exactly to land. There was a flight which was supposed to land at Mumbai airport, but it didn't land at Mumbai airport. It rather got diverted because of the GPS spoofing. So this is the we can say the gravity of spoofing which is happening, and it's very concerning. It's not the technical issue, it's the system which is fixed inside the aircraft. It's the US inbuilt system in most of the Boeing and most of the Airbus as well. And now the pilot in command and most of the pilots are continuously demanding from the government as well that there should be some Indian made system in the aircraft, in the air carriers, because it's now hard to believe that how the systems are being hacked. If it is a hacking, it's a different kind of warfare, it's a different kind of attack, it is directly linked to cyber or not, this still is unknown, because investigation agencies now are working with MOCA, with the AIB, and with the regulatory body to exactly point out how this GPS spoofing is happening. But it's a matter of concern. It's very troubling for the international flight who have misrouted and not been routed to the particular path where they were supposed to land. Back to you.
Harsha, be with me. Captain Randhawa is also joining us on the broadcast. In fact, I remember the day we broke the story, he was live with us, and this evening when we broke the details of the GPS spoofing, he spoke about it briefly. But it's now confirmed, Captain Randhawa, and we now know that there is a character to all of it, a face to all of it, and that face is Pakistan that is attempting to do this. War without weapons.
Absolutely, what you rightly said, that GPS spoofing, when we call it, is the GPS jamming which prevents the receivers from locking onto the satellite signals. Spoofing basically involves broadcasting counterfeit satellite signals to deceive GPS receivers, causing them to compute incorrect position, navigation, and timing data. Spoofing, actually, if you have seen in the European routes, it starts on some parts of West Asia, and then when we go into the Iranian airspace, into Turkish airspace, and parts Iraq and all that that area, Turkey, that part, and now it has started occurring close to the Indian borders or in Indian context. So this is basically what has happened a few days back when we were contemplating that what has happened in Delhi. That was due to automatic, this system which is there in the ATC, which sends the signals to the automatic tracking system. That was one area where AI had initially said that has caused disruption of flights. Because they had resorted to manual flight planning by the ATC controllers. But, however, Mr. Dole has now said that there is spoofing of GPS, which is taking place in the Indian airspace. Now, this is a very serious thing. Now, GPS signals, when they give you a wrong position, like I'll tell you, a runway which looks at a particular point, it may be shifted about a couple of miles away from where it's supposed to be. Now, in case of, poor visibility and all where the pilot is not supposed to be, and it will execute an approach. So it could be dangerous. Now, this spoofing, someone is doing, could be doing through the cyber attacks. This is a silent type of war, which and the world needs to take a big cognizance of this GPS spoofing which is taking place, because it's becoming a serious threat day by day.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Captain Randhawa, for putting this into perspective. A story that we'll be tracking very closely, because there is a lot more than what meets the eye right now. Who exactly is behind it? And the fact of the matter is that this is not just limited to Delhi airport. There's more coming in. We'll get you more details. Niranjan, bringing back the focus on these terror groups that have been operating. One angle was, of course, the Doctor Terror module. The other, which perhaps not many have spoken about, but the real threat really came in from the Ryson attack, or the biological attack that was essentially being played out by an ISIS module. In fact, earlier today, we've reached out to those who were part of this entire terror module and what were they essentially planning to do. Now, this lethal poison was being extracted from castor seeds from a factory in Gandhinagar. And we have actually done a full-fledged investigation to essentially find out what were they really planning to do.
Interestingly, in this particular case as well, there was a doctor, right? Now, whether this doctor was linked to this entire module in Faridabad, prima facie, as of this minute, no. But this doctor has a very interesting history. He's from Hyderabad, Dr. Syed, went to China, studied medicine in China, returned from China, had recce'd several targets, not just in Delhi NCR. He had recce'd targets in Delhi. In Delhi, Sabzi Mandi was one of the targets. UP RSS terror headquarters. This is him. That's Ahmad Mohiuddin Syed, the doctor, the terror doctor, the Ryson terror doctor, who wanted to inject a poison nearly 200 times more lethal than cyanide, and tasteless, odorless, can kill people. And the idea was to target sabzi mandis, target fruit markets. Why? Because this Ryson poison, when you inject it into fruits, into vegetables, can kill thousands of people, and you won't even know what was in it. Here's more about the Ryson terror module of Gujarat that largely went unreported because of the blast in Delhi.
Just a week back, Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad arrested 3 alleged Islamic State-linked operatives, including Hyderabad's terror doctor, Ahmad Mohiuddin Syed, in connection with the terror plot. The accused were planning a Ryson attack. It could have been India's first major bioterror attack. The horrific plan was foiled by Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad when they nabbed 3 people from Gandhinagar on November 8th were accused of attempting to produce Ryson, a deadly chemical compound, to carry out a bioterror attack. Police say that one of the accused, the 35-year-old terror doctor, Ahmed Moyuddin Saeed, was planning to use Ryson, a poison so lethal it can kill an adult even when consumed in minute quantity. The trio is believed to be part of the ISIS module who have been studying the process to extract Ryson from castor seeds from their apartment workshop. When spoken to Saeed's brother, Omar Farooq claims that his brother is being framed as he went to Gujarat just to make a business deal.
देखिए, ये जो अभी सैटरडे के बाद में जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मीट हुई, उसके बाद में से सबको ये रिवील हुआ कि एसेटॉन और राइजिन के कॉम्बिनेशन से कुछ पॉइज़न तैयार हो सकता है। इससे पहले शायद मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद ही किसी को मालूम था होगा, नॉर्मल पब्लिक को, डॉक्टर्स को भी, इवन डॉक्टर्स को भी उससे पहले दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन से एक बड़ा पॉइज़न हो सकता है, ऐसा नहीं मालूम था शायद। तो ये पहली मर्तबा ऐसा सुनाई में आया। तो भाई भी जिस तरीके से वो घर पर रेजिन ला करके और वो जो पल्प निकाले और उसमें एसीटोन मिलाए, तो उनको देखने से भी कोई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था कि भाई को मालूम है, भाई को बताया गया कि ये पॉइज़न तुमको बनाना है और ला करके हमें देना है। ऐसा शायद उनको नहीं बोला गया, बस उनको ये बोला गया कि ये काम है, ये प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है आपको और आपके इतने अमाउंट आपको मिलेगा, ऐसा कुछ वो कहकर उनको अनजान इनोसेंट रखकर उनसे काम करवाया गया और उन्हें जो है ना वहाँ लाने के बाद वो लेकर उनको ट्रैप में डाल दिया गया।
With these arrests, Gujarat ATS prevented one of the deadliest terror incident in recent years. The busted plot exposes the shocking shift from arms and ammunition to bioterror attacks. India narrowly escaped from what could have been a deadly bioterror attack.
Swarali, my colleague, is joining us live from Gujarat. She's been tracking this module. She's been speaking to the ATS teams there. Swarali, where were they arrested from? What was their plan? When were they going to execute it?
Yes, Niranjan, so let me take you through the events and sequence of how they were arrested. Initially, Dr. Syed Mohyuddin, who is 35 years old, he was arrested from the Adalaj toll plaza of Ahmedabad. He started from Hyderabad. He was traveling towards Gujarat. And on a specific location, he was supposed to receive the parcel. And this parcel was the drop dead by the other two colleagues, namely Azad and Suhail. Now, they belong to Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Syed Mohyuddin, who is an MBBS degree holder from China, belongs to Hyderabad. Now, during the investigation, lot of raw material to prepare Ryson, which is a very potent biological weapon which was to be unleashed. And as we are discussing, the Reiki was done for Delhi, Ahmedabad, Lucknow, and even Jammu and Kashmir. Two of the others who belong to Uttar Pradesh stayed in Jammu and Kashmir for a week, and several locations were reikied. Now, talking about the entire sequence, how he was arrested and what was the plan. According to the investigation done by Gujarat ATS, he was caught, he was nabbed at Adalaj Toll Plaza, and post his arrest, other two were arrested because links were found in his mobile, there were contacts, communication was done, and these communication links led Gujarat ATS to arrest both others who had conducted this Reiki in several states, several parts of India, to unleash and uncover this deadly attack, which could have been the first first major bioweapon attack in India. Now, as we are discussing that it's 200 times more potent than Ryson, it can be ingested and inhaled. It is odorless, colorless, so through air it can be surpassed, and through food also it can be surpassed, and the reason cannot be detected because the kind of toxin it is. On the other hand, when Gujarat ATS went to Hyderabad and raids were conducted in the Rajendra Nagar, his resident, Dr. Syed Mohyuddin's resident, at that time even more raw material was procured. On one hand, his brothers informed Republic that he was unaware about the intention and the kind of lethal weapon he was dealing with. But on the other hand, Gujarat ATS claims that he is a very smart individual who is highly radicalized. So it's not a case that he did not know what he was doing, what plan of action he was having. But yes, till now, the plan of action is not clear through the investigation. But according to the sources in Gujarat ATS, in coming few days, we can have major developments in this story because investigation is still on. On the other hand, it's very important information we have that he was in connect with a handler who is located on Pakistan-Afghanistan border, Abu Khadija.
So what we'll do is we'll keep a close track on that story. We'll keep a close track on that story because we have to move on. We're running short of time now. The next story we had was on the ANFO, or the ammonium nitrate fuel oil mix that was used in the Delhi blast. Now, we were told, Shravan, that Umar Nabi, the car bomber, this module of Muzammil, Adil, Shaheen and Umar Nabi, the four of them had managed to gather about 20 lakh rupees. Umar Nabi was tasked to go and buy the ammonium nitrate from Nu in Haryana, from Mewat. There was a CCTV, very interesting CCTV footage that we had, not this one, there's another CCTV. It's an early morning footage from the morning of 10th, where he's seen passing through the toll booth, entering Mewat. Now, obviously, he was purchasing explosives or purchasing/moving/loading explosives. Shravan, tell us more about this ANFO.
Well, in fact, the last it was actually used was in the Coimbatore blast that took place. Similarity, of course, is being drawn with the last blast that took place in the national capital, that was at Delhi High Court. But as far as ammonium nitrate with fuel oil is concerned, it is dense. And if it was actually mixed with other components, it could have been even worse. But having said that, it had its own impact levels. Now, the other important aspect here is that this was just what I'm picking up from my sources, that only 40 kilogram. That's what we've just been able to put together. 40 kilogram was all that was actually used in this explosion. Had they actually used what they were essentially planning, that is 350 kilogram of ammonium nitrate and perhaps a little more than that, and of course 2,900 kilogram of IED related materials, then it would have been complete mayhem. But here, ladies and gentlemen, 40 kilogram, that's all that was actually used for ammonium nitrate, and we have lost 13 innocent lives and over 24 of people who have already been injured.
That's 1%, almost 1% of what they had. Just 1%. Just think about it. Take a look at this report. What ammonium nitrate fuel oil is capable of and the plans they had with this explosive.
6:51 p.m. Watch this visual. In a split second, the Hyundai i20 explodes. 1 second later, watch what remains of the site. Vehicles blown up. Carcass of metal at the signal. All of this in a split second. That was the impact of the ammonium nitrate and fuel oil, the concoction that triggered the IED. Also known as ANFO, it is a powerful industrial explosive that is used to cause damage on a large scale. This makes it the most preferred explosive to use amongst terror groups. The i20 Hyundai car used to carry out the blast was also laden with ANFO and IEDs. A deadly mix of fertilizer and fuel. ANFO is often used in mining, but now increasingly exploited by terror outfits for mass casualty attacks. Ammonium nitrate was acquired by the bomber Nabi from Nu and Gurugram in Haryana. He made several trips like this one seen on the morning of the blast on CCTV. This is the Hyundai i20 spotted near Mewat. During the raid hours before the blast, investigators recovered a total of 2,900 kilograms of explosive material from 2 houses in Faridabad, 358 kgs from house number 1 and 2,563 kilograms packed in 88 bags from house number 2. With the confirmation of ANFO being used, investigators are getting to the bottom of the scale of what was planned through these blasts. Was it 1 or was it for 4 or 32 is now being reported.
Well, one of the key visuals that came in this morning was also of Umar Nabi, the car bomber, getting out of a mosque on the day of the bombing. What was he doing in the mosque?
Well, in fact, it turns out that centers of radicalization, as we have been pointing out, they thought that this would have been a safer place to be in. And in fact, when the last call actually came in from the handler, this was to park himself for a while before he could actually carry out the plan in a hurried manner. This image that you're going to see right now is just hours before the blast was carried out.
In the Delhi Red Fort blast case, a new CCTV footage has surfaced, revealing chilling new details about the movements of the main accused, Dr. Umar Nabi. Moments before the deadly explosion that killed 12 near the historic Lal Killa, the terror doctor was captured entering and exiting a mosque in Old Delhi. CCTV footage show Umar entering the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque near Ramleela Maidan opposite to Turkaman Gate, where he stayed for over 10 minutes before leaving his white Hyundai i20 around 2:30 p.m. on Monday.
Let me show you, we were not, there was no CCTV footage, CCTV visible from outside, but now we'll show you the exact CCTV from which the pictures and videos that Republic is showing you right now. If you can look at the frame, you see that is the CCTV at which Umar looked at while entering this masjid, and then few hours later he carried out the sinister act. He carried out the blast at Red Fort, Delhi. You can see that exact CCTV, and when you actually look closely, the surrounding and then corroborate it with the image that Republic is showing you, that CCTV which caught Umar Nabi entering the masjid, because there was a lot of confusion. There was some gap between Umar entering Delhi and driving around half of the Delhi, moving to most of the places, most of the prominent places. He entered the parking lot, the Red Fort parking lot at 3:19 p.m.
According to the sources, the mosque where he stayed was part of his final route recce before executing the high-intensity blast near the Red Fort, which shook the nation earlier this week. The latest visuals add another crucial layer to the probe, exposing how the bomber used Delhi lanes and religious premises to stay off surveillance before the attack.
So that's it on this edition of the special broadcast that we had on 10/11. But our investigation continues, Shravan, and at 8 and 9 p.m. two big debates coming up. At 7:30 a special show on defense. But I think the investigation is just going to pick up pace from here. A lot more yet to be revealed.
Well, it's far from over, ladies and gentlemen, and only Republic Media Network keeping eyes and ears open to get you every minute detail of this entire investigation and why you should remain alert, because this matters to each one of us.
Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
If you can see the mangled remains.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special broadcast of Republic Defence. As we come to an end of the Tri-Services Trishul, this exercise has highlighted the jointness of our services, one of its kind that has been carried out in the western side of our country. You've had multiple services basically coming together. In fact, you've had not just the Indian Armed Force, but you've also had the Border Security Force, the Coast Guard also participating in this Tri-Services exercise. Trishul was basically conducted by the Indian Navy as the lead service jointly with the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force starting early of November. This was after Operation Sindoor that we have seen this kind of an exercise that has been carried out. It was carried out by the Western Naval Commander of the Indian Navy along with the Southern Commander of the Indian Army and of course the Southwestern Command of the Indian Air Force as the principal participating formations. Now the exercise featured simulation, multiple simulations that was carried out, and Of course, for the first time, you've had the Rudra Battalion also coming out in full display. What is it that the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force really did in this particular exercise? We've shown you what the Army had to do. Tonight, on this special broadcast, we are focusing on the exercises that were carried out by the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force.
Over the golden sands near Jodhpur, the skies come alive. Elite special forces descend from Indian Air Force aircraft with precision, a para-drop like clockwork, every movement synchronized, every landing flawless. But hundreds of kilometers away on India's western coastline, another battlefield unfolds. The beaches of Porbandar have transformed into live combat zones, the stage for the AMFEX 2025, India's largest amphibious warfare exercise.
India's largest tri-services exercise unfolds before the western coast of India. Right now at Porbandar, this is a strategic location where the AMFEX 2025, part of the Tri-Services Exercise Trishul 2025 is folding live before my eyes. We will be seeing coastal warfare, landing drills, slithering operations, MiG-29K, carrier battle groups in full force and action. The INS Jalashwa parked right off the coast. We will be able to determine the force and might of all three forces. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force in tandem will pull off this beautiful exercise today.
What you're seeing is more than just a rehearsal. It is the real face of modern warfare. Heliborne troops, naval landings, real ammunition. Every branch of India's defense forces working as one. As dawn breaks, seeking and Mi-17 helicopters roar overhead, executing sling operations to drop assault troops directly into the combat zone. Below them, BMP armoured vehicles deploy smoke screens, shrouding the coastline in a tactical fog.
Behind me is the mighty BMP. This is a Russian-made troop transport provider. This is the workhorse of the Indian Army. It has been providing troop transportation and armour protection to our forces for decades now. This will be vital to our coastal landing exercises today. It will provide a smoke screen and will be the first on land as armor protection provided to the landing forces.
Every frame here demonstrates one principle: jointness. A unified tri-services response where command, coordination and communication work as one seamless mechanism. At the center of the operations is INS Jalashwa, a 16,000-ton amphibious vessel. It's both the command and logistics hub. Capable of carrying 1,000 fully armed troops, 4 landing craft and 6 helicopters, it embodies India's amphibious warfare capability. What elevates AMFEX 2025 is the integration. Ashni Brigade's drones scout inland, feed targeting coordinates to artillery units and relay real-time imagery to commanders. The battlefield is no longer blind. It is data-driven, it is predictive. From the seas, India's most advanced warships reinforce the assault. INS Surat, INS Imphal and INS Tabar each represent a chapter in India's naval evolution. INS Surat, the destroyer, redefining maritime firepower. Armed with 16 BrahMos missile and 32 Barrack 8 air defense systems, she can track multiple targets with her MF Star ISA radar, all while remaining 75% indigenous. INS Empal, India's pride from the northeast. Her extended range Barak 8ER missiles can neutralize threats 150 kilometers away. Built for endurance, equipped with NBC protection systems, she is capable of operating in contaminated or high threat zones. INS Tabar, the veteran. 2 decades of active duty, now refitted with BrahMos missiles and upgraded defensive systems. Agile, dependable and battle-proven, she is the fleet's reliable workhorse. Together, these 3 vessels form India's maritime trident: speed, range, resilience. Over land, sea and the sky, the message is crystal clear. India's military readiness is not an aspiration. It is an operational reality. As operations begin, the skies come alive. Advanced light helicopters roar above the horizon, airdropping commandos deep inside simulated enemy territory. Their mission? Disrupt enemy supply lines, block reinforcements, and strike command hubs before the ground offensive begins.
The multi-domain operations are taking place and it requires the active involvement of all the wings. Here you will see that the troops of the Indian Army, they are being dropped to the location. You will see the drones already hovering in. Those locations that you see, the 2 tent-like structures, these are the enemy locations. And here, one of the Hepters of the Indian Army, that Hepter is going down. It will drop the troops into this very area because troops, it is not always possible to have the forces on ground always. And it is a time-taking process to drop them or to bring them via road or via these off-beat tracks. So what is being done? You will see that the troops are being dropped at that very place using the Hepters, and then is the multi-domain operations taking place. This has the there you will see the troops will slither down. These are the special forces. These are the troops from the regular infantry wing that are now being dropped at that very location. So once the troops are dropped at that very location, they will very soon join back for the operations, because if we speak of this very area, this area is really a challenging area of operations. And as I'll request Rawatji to move away from that very area and get on to this drones, because drones are not only providing an aerial surveillance, but drones are also providing an active real-time information for the Indian Armed Forces of the ongoing operations, that how these operations are to be conducted. With the slithering of the troops on the ground, the operation and the stage is all set, that now the advances, the offensives are launched against the adversary that is hiding still in its bunkers. And this is how the Indian Army has prepared this exercise, Akhand Prahar, that is the uninterrupted strikes on the enemy.
On the ground, artillery batteries open up, thundering across the dunes as the long-range guns neutralize fortified bunkers. Surveillance never stops. ALH helicopters, fitted with optical sensors and thermal imagers, track every single movement below.
Indian Armed Forces are carrying out highly contested and complex battle operations here in Rajasthan, and here you will see that it is the advanced light helicopters that are entering the war zone. This is the multi-domain operations that are taking place in the deserts of Rajasthan, and what you see is these are the advanced light helicopters of the Indian Army's aviation wing. These exercise that you see on your screen, this is taking place close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. The message to the adversary is that any provocation will be seen as act of war, and it will have repercussions for them. And for the same, Indian armed forces are preparing themselves under the largest exercise that is taking place post Operation Sindoor, exercise Trishul. And here you will see that the advanced light helicopters, they are moving in the area. The location that they are crossing, they also have the deployment of the artillery 130 mm. These are the self-propelled guns that have already been stationed there to give adversary a befitting reply. Reason being that these are the highly contested and complex battle operations that usually take place in this area, because this area in the past has also seen the provocations from the adversary, and that's why this exercise is taking place in this general area of the Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, where it is not only a challenge to fight this, but the challenge is to survive. So braving all the odds, it's the Indian Army, it's the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy when it comes to the maritime security zone. They are also ensuring that every nook and corner of the country is secure and attempt from the adversary is given a befitting reply.
From the command posts, officers monitor live feeds, adjusting battlefield plans in real time. Above the battlefield, unmanned aerial vehicles sweep the sky. UAVs and rotary platforms coordinate to provide continuous surveillance, mapping out enemy patterns, transmitting live data to ground batteries, and enabling real-time targeting. As the skies stay active, T-90 Bhishma main battle tanks take charge on the ground. Advancing in formation, they crush enemy defenses in a full-scale simulated assault. Combat drones fly overhead, dropping explosives on bunkers, perfecting the model of non-contact warfare, where technology takes the front line.
In the enemy's area, now the offensives have started. Here what we have is the tanks of the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian Army. They have already hitting ground. You will see in the visuals that the loud bangs that you hear, these are the tanks, the T-90 Bhishma tank that is known as one of the main battle tanks of the Indian Armed Forces that has already started moving in the area. This tank has the capability that it can strike 5 kilometers in the enemy area, and once this 125 mm shell is fired from the tank, then it has the enemy completely decimated. On the other side, if Rawatji is in a position to show you the ridge line, you will see the troops are also advancing along with the tanks that are rolling on the ground. This is being done so that a coordinated effort, be it by the mechanized wing, by the artillery wing, by the air defense wing, and also the infantry wing, they are moving along with each other. So it is a shoulder to shoulder operation technique that is being adapted by the armed forces. Reason being that what we are witnessing is high intensity and complex operation. Here you will see that the drones are also taking now route. This I'll request Rawatji to, if we can pull off from that, and we can go to the drones that have been brought into the operations. These drones are to ensure that the view that we have is a multi-layered view of the situation that is taking place. And on the other hand, you will see that the helicopter also that has dropped the troops. Now it is the assault that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to be on the visuals that 2 blasts have taken place at the enemy location. This is to ensure that the enemy's powers are curtailed at very start, with the troops yet to reach the spot. These are the long-range validations that are taking place.
When the bombardment ends, infantry units move in. Trained for desert warfare, they advance behind the armor, breaching trenches, seizing enemy positions, and consolidating captured ground under artillery cover.
Number 4, fire!
Now that we have seen that the drones have done their work, it is the ground troops that are hitting the ground. You will see that the infantry wings, they have also entered the area that is of the enemy. With the vehicles on the ground, every possible support is being extended, and now they are taking control of the hostile situation that is there. The enemy camps are being taken over. These are the rocket launchers. These are everything here. You will see that is on the mobility. Why it is being done? That first the assault has taken place. We saw the helicopters dropping the troops into the operation. Second, what we have seen, that the drones have swung into the action. Then it was the tanks including the T-90 Bhishma tank that got into the action, and we saw that the tanks have decimated the enemy's infrastructure that was there. Now the troops have entered this very area. You will see taking cover. Since this is an open area, it has to be very precise. It has to be very calculated operations that are taking place. And now as we speak, you will see loud bangs also taking place, but the infantry troops, they are also moving. You will see drones have also swung into the action. Why these drones? These drones are different from what we have seen earlier. Earlier the drones were dropping the explosives into the enemy area. But now what is happening, that these drones are carrying our own supplies. So this is a supply chain that these drones are providing. And also now inducted into the operation is the all-terrain vehicle that you will see. These ATVs are capable of moving into every possible domain. I'll request Rawatji to move to the ATVs that are moving. You will see how this is braving all these desert odds, all the challenges, the demographic and geographical challenges that it have. And now to the other side, to the drone, I'll request Rawatji, because the first drone has dropped, that is on the other side, and the drone that is here on the other side, that is also going to drop the consignment, because this consignment dropping is very important. It provides an assistance, and this is the payload that being dropped, and it will now be picked up by the troops on the ground and will be used for the operations. So this is how the every aspect and the every wing is contributing to these multi-domain operations, because these kind of high contested and complex operations are the one that actually test a force, and this is what the Indian Armed Forces are actually known for, that they have integrated this entire system, that is the jointness, Atmanirbharta and innovation, in such a manner that they can carry out the operations in any hostile situation like we are witnessing here.
The tempo intensifies. Indian forces now launch a full-scale counter-offensive. Tank regiments, BMP infantry vehicles and artillery batteries move in unison across the Thar Desert. Their goal? Dominate before the adversary can regroup.
Now is the time when the armed forces are carrying out the operations to completely flush out the enemy's location, and here you will see that first the advancement was of the T-90 tanks that are rolling on the ground, while on the very right I'll request Rawatji to move to this area, that these are the BMPs that help to move the forces into these operations in such hostile situations and the places where we have seen that it is almost impossible for other vehicles to even fly on this. These BMPs are the actually real difference makers for the armed forces, because what we have seen, that these operation requires the quick movement of the armed forces, and that too in such a manner that it leaves enemy with no chance to actually carry out any counter offensives. Right now the visuals that you are seeing are from the Jaisalmer. This is the place where the exercise Trishul is taking place. A major component that is exercise Akhand Prahar, the uninterrupted strikes. It is similar name to what we have seen on the 6th and 7th of May when India carried out the precision strikes on the terror bases of Pakistan, followed by the bases of the Pakistani armed forces that tried to target our main cities. And now you will see that this entire desert will have the presence of the first it was the tanks, and now is the BMP-2s that are moving in the area. This all is ensuring that these multi-domain operations are success, and that too at a time when we are witnessing that the adversary is trying every possible way to disrupt peace and to provoke India.
At the same time, another formation makes its mark, the Bhairav Battalion. Deployed for the first time in a major integrated exercise, this future-ready commando unit operates under the Rudra Brigade.
For the first time on the television, we are showing you the Bhairav Battalion. These are the Bhairav Commando Battalions of the Indian Army. These have been deployed in the western sector as part of the exercise Trishul that is taking place. I'll request Rawatji to come this way so that we can keep showing you the visuals. It is the Southern Army Commander who's reviewing the exercise Trishul that is taking place, and this has the active involvement of these newly raised battalions. This is the Bhairav Battalion. On the shoulders that you will see that why they are special. They have the sophisticated weapon systems with them, and these are so sophisticated that they carry out the operation almost in line with the special forces of the Indian Army. These snipers that you see, they have been camouflaged in such a manner. I'll request Rawatji to come this way where the Southern Army Commander.
Trained for high-tempo mechanized warfare, the Bhairav commandos move with precision, striking, adapting, and blending into the chaos of modern combat.
इस प्रकार से ये एक्शन में आते हैं, एक्चुअली ये घोर नुकसान पहुंचाने की क्षमता रखते हैं दुश्मन के ऊपर, और जिस तरीके से हमने इनको पिछले 4 ही महीने हुए जब से इनको खड़ा किया गया, और वो एक दिन था 4 महीने पहले, और आज का ये दिन है जो आपने कल मरुज्वाला में भी देखा और आज अखंड प्रहार में भी देख रहे हैं। जो ये भैरव प्लेटून है, जो ये जो भैरव की जो बटालियन है, जिसकी 2 असॉल्ट टीमें हैं, किस प्रकार से और क्या क्षमता रखती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो हमने इन लोगों को खड़ा किया, और ये आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर के निर्देश अनुसार था, इनको सन ऑफ द सॉइल कॉन्सेप्ट पे खड़ा किया गया, यानी कि इस पलटन की भैरव बटालियन जो है, इसमें 83% जवान जो हैं या रेगिस्तान या राजस्थान के रहने वाले हैं। तो ये इस कण-कण, इस ज़मीन के कण-कण से वाकिफ़ है, और इस एरिया में इतनी भली भांति समाज आते हैं कि जो ये आउटपुट निकालते हैं, मेरा ये मानना है कि जिस प्रकार से ये लोकल यहाँ के रिक्रूटेड फौज है, पहली बात। दूसरा, इनके पास नए औजार, नई तकनीकी इक्विपमेंट से ये लोग लैस हैं। तो जिस प्रकार से ये दुश्मन के ऊपर बरस सकते हैं दिए हुए किसी भी टास्क पर, इनका जो टास्किंग ऑर्डर है वो एक घातक प्लेटून जो कि एक इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में होती है, और जो हमारी एसएफ बटालियंस हैं उनके बीच की इनकी हरकत रहती है। इनका तभी इनको लाइट कमांडो बटालियन का औहदा दिया गया है, और एक लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के चलते ये जो भैरव बटालियन है, ये टैक्टिकल लेवल मल्टी डोमेन टास्किंग कर सकती है। टैक्टिकल लेवल पर
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा!
Undeniable Pakistan link to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Delhi blast, wake-up call against radical terror. Radicalization debate takes center stage. Time for Muslims to call out Islamist radicalization, debating tonight at 8 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan link to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the Red Fort blast probe is exposing the extent of the chilling rise of radical Islamist networks in the country. As radicalized Islamist groups proliferate across the country, Republic also exposes the undeniable Pakistan link tonight to the Delhi blast plot. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've always said stands proven today. We have come to know in the aftermath of the Chandni Chowk terror attack that there is a deep penetration of Islamist, radicalized, fundamentalist, terrorist and pro-terrorist networks in India, much more than you knew. Much more penetration, ladies and gentlemen, all across of the dangerous Islamist ideology. Much more deep penetration closer to you than you may want to believe. Somewhere around you, there are these Islamist, fundamentalist, pro-terrorist, radicalized, Ghazwa-e-Hind kind of sleeper cells of terrorists. If this is not Islamist fundamentalism, then what is? What is? Do not be in denial anymore. Do not think. If you're watching this from your cozy living room, in a high-rise or a gated community, thinking it will not hit you, don't fool yourself, it will. There is so much penetration of Islamist, terrorist and Islamist ideology in this country. The arrests of Maulvis who are spreading the concept of hyper-urban terrorism proves the pipeline of radicalization from Kashmir to Haryana. Alfala University, Faridabad, now under the lens for financial transactions. They falsely claimed A-grade accreditation, misleading students and regulators. Multiple accused, all dangerous, radicalized terrorists. They could be moving around in a mall near you. They could be having food in a fast food joint next to you. You would probably think you are safe, but you are not, because they have surrounded you all across, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to start identifying these people one by one. There are all these radicalized people, radicalized group, people with extremist thinking, dangerous people, jihadis, Maulvi Irfan Ahmad in Shopia, talking to people in Pakistan, Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiyaq living right next to the Alfala University campus, quietly going and buying vegetables one day and then arranging explosives the other day. All these people, Dr. Shaheen, going to malls, going to shops, general stores, and now it is found they were carrying detonators, explosives, logistics, all moving around silently, saying we are professionals by morning, terrorists by night, taking government funding in the morning, working for government establishments, studying on our taxpayer money in the morning, and jihadis by night. So if you want to think and you're watching this saying that, oh, but this happened in Chandni Chowk, it will never happen to me. No, these people are deep, they have penetrated deep, they have penetrated institutions, they have penetrated quote-unquote civil society, they have penetrated academia, they have penetrated NGOs, they are carrying the guise, some people in the form of media maybe, and they are disguising themselves and they are moving all around, and you would never know how radicalized the person sitting next to you actually is. So be very careful, ladies and gentlemen. This is the paradox of educated jihad. Some people tell me this is because Muslims are being treated badly in this country. Tell me, were these people, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, Dr. Umar, who studied on the basis of my taxpayer money, were they being treated badly? Did they say no when they got government funding for their medical education? No. These are the privileged jihadi Muslims, completely privileged, but heart of heart they hate India. Heart of heart, I don't know why. I don't know why. There's a hatred for the country and everything that Bharat stands for. And somehow this Alfala University was the center of all these people. And this hatred in their mind led them to collect 2,900 tons of ammonium nitrate, ID equipments from all over, and think that they would get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the intellectualization of terrorism. We need to be ultra careful right now, because what we are learning is they have really done some deep penetration, and they were planning to carry out a series of attacks in December. Series of attacks. Not one car, not two cars, not three cars full of explosives, dozens of cars. Poisoning of the waters. Mass murder. For years, this secular intelligentsia in this country dismissed Islamist radicalization as a fringe narrative. When I used to speak about it, they used to say, Arnab represents the fringe in journalism. Today, I would like to say, They represent the jihadi approach of journalism. We are representing the nationalist approach. The fringe, ladies and gentlemen, that fringe approach is actually of these people. These are the people all the woke lobbies in Delhi used to support. And I want to ask the human rights lobby today, the pseudo-secular lobby, will you now open your eyes after what we found out? I want to ask Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah. They were all hurt by the encounter of OGWs. I want to ask them, they are the ones who said Burhan Wani should have been given a chance. They were the ones who said they were disappointed by the hanging of Afzal Guru. They are the ones who clicked pictures with Yasin Malik. They are the ones who called Osama bin Laden Osama Ji. Where do you see them today? Do they realize that radicalization and jihad is really growing in our country, the thought of it? And I want to ask you today, if you're a parent, worry about your children. If you're a child, worry about your parents, your grandparents. If you're a nationalist, worry about your nation. Your nation is under attack by the jihadis, the Islamists, and the Ghazwa-e-Hind ideologues. Do not any longer pretend that you can sit in a gated community, play golf, sip gin, fly business class, think only about the GDP and per capita GDP of the country, drown yourself in information about Donald Trump, but not look outside your door to find out what's happening in your country, in your neighborhood, in your colony, in your city, in your town, your village, in your locality, because this form of jihad is all around us. Unless we have an approach where as a nation, we commit ourselves to fighting radicalization, exposing radicalization, questioning radicalization, directly, openly, consistently, and with all conviction, then our nation will be under attack. Today, Republic stands for this war against radicalization. But do the other media do that? Or do they have the middle approach? I said on my Hindi program, as far as terrorists are concerned, and the supporters of terrorism are concerned, we cannot have this live and let live, jio or jeene do kind of approach anymore. And I would also, with all humility, like to tell the people running our great nation that the time has come to wage a war not just against Pakistan and the ISI, but also against those who are in this country and who from the soil of this country want to destroy this country. If there are enemies within all of us, regardless of religion, region, nationality, if we are in this country, if we are part of Bharat, if we believe in Bharat, all of us have to commit ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to a battle against radicalization, specifically Islamist radicalization. Let's debate.
The moment the car bomb exploded, 6:51 p.m. outside the Red Fort. This video is the clearest evidence of the impact of the bomb, created, loaded onto the Hyundai i20 by radical terror doctor Umar Nabi. Highly educated, highly radicalized. He was sent to kill. His handler, this link to Pakistan, Muzaffar Rathir. His details are being exposed on Republic for the very first time.
Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror Madul Mudassar. Muzaffar is rather a brother of Dr. Adil, who was among the 8, including the doctors arrested in the case related to Red Fort.
Muzaffar Ahmad Rathir, another terror doctor, also the brother of Adil, was directly in touch with the Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, who had earlier visited Turkey in 2022. Investigators say it was Muzaffar who coordinated the entire terror module from Dubai, and after his brother and terror doctor Adil's arrest, moved to Afghanistan. This video from the wee hours of the 10th of November, the day the bombing took place, shows that Umar Nabi was travelling through a toll booth with his Hyundai i20, travelling into Mewad. It was hour before the raids at Alfala and Faridabad that morning. Was he tipped off? Was he meeting the radicalized cleric in Mewad? The role of the radical clerics is under scanner. Mewad and Saharanpur are the focus.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा है जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए।
The network of clerics, terror doctors, have a link to one area in Delhi NCR, the Alfala, the Jaish den that became home for the highly radicalized module. It is here that they conducted meetings in a safe atmosphere.
We are outside the Alfala University, where earlier today the car, the fourth car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module.
Indians are feeling the impact of Islamist radicalization. If it isn't addressed now, once and for all, it will come back to haunt us like it did during 10/11.
We are here tonight to see whether we can form a consensus against Islamist radicalization. Because it is a fact, it is true. The most radicalization is Islamist radicalization. The most dangerous, the most commonplace radicalization anywhere in the world, not just in India. I asked a question today. Shalini, Subrashta and Sanju Verma on one side, welcome. Syed Asad Abbas, Gaurav Chachra of the SP and Mohammad Suleiman, founder of the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. No. In a way the same, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. Now, why are all these faces of Muslims?
These are not Muslims, Arnab. These are the terrorists.
No. Let Mohammad Suleiman answer. As far as I know, you see, this is very convenient. Syed Abbas says these are not Muslim, but Muhammad Umar is a Muslim. Muzammil Shakil is a Muslim.
Arnab,
Adil Rathar is a Muslim. Shaheen Shahid is a Muslim. Nisarul Hasan, जो धमाकों के बाद लापता है, he's gone running, coward. Parvez Saeed, he went to Turkey. He is a Muslim. You can't say these are not Muslim.
Absolutely
these are
not.
Muslim.
Any of these six.
These are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six. No.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six mentioned on top would have read Quran in its entirety, would have read the Hadith of Prophet Muhammad. They would have known. You take one life.
They would have known and all. I don't know, but they are Muslim.
No, absolutely not, Arnab.
They are Muslim.
I am a Muslim. I am a Muslim who will never hurt
Shalini is on the debate with Syed Abbas. Shalini.
Shalini
we have to realize and we have to acknowledge the fact that yes, they are Muslims, they are misguided Muslims, they are not Moments. There's a difference between being a Muslim and a moment.
You are a
Number
Muslim
one.
too.
Number two, they have read the Quran, they've read the interpretation, but they've read it wrongly. So it is our responsibility today to address the issue by saying yes, they are youth that have been misread, they are youth that have been misconstrued, they are youth that have been taken into a different form of Islam. This Islam is not what was supposed to be practiced. This Islam is not what is stated in the Quran. And this Islam is not what is there in the Hadith. So first of all, please stop defending them that they are not Muslims, they are misguided Muslims and they are not Moments.
Real
Number
Muslim,
two,
a true Muslim
the
will
Islamist
never hurt even an
radicalization
ant.
is
So
live.
you need to understand that. It's absolutely unfair that people like you or the likes of you drive on this.
No, there are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views on the program today. One minute. Shalini, there are two views emerging on the program today. The first view said, hold on, is that we know they are Muslim, but we'll go on television and say they are not Muslim, and then we will say, what is Islamic radicalization? There is nothing called Islamist radicalization. These are secular human beings. We should blame Homo sapiens for it, not any religion. Now, Sanju is on the debate. 1 minute. Sanju's opened up. Where did the AMPLP founder go? Sanju.
Arnab, I need my 30
seconds,
Arnab, please.
Okay, now I heard Mr. Abbas. I just want to make a couple of very quick points. Be it the Faridabad module or this doctor module, the Delhi blast perpetrators, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, which are the names, Arnab, as you pointed out, which have come to the forefront?
Sanju Verma ji, I'll give you a name.
Can I please? I did not interject you, Mr. Abbas. Don't do this. I did not interject you. Arnab, this is no way to debate. I did not interject you. Please keep quiet.
With ISI.
Please keep quiet.
Was with the ISI.
I did not interject you. Please now.
Syed, 1 minute. Syed, after her, please calm down.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I was being decent. I asked you repeatedly, keep quiet, but you went on and on. Now it's your turn to listen. I listened to you very patiently. Muzammil Shakil, Muzammil Ganai, Abdul Mateen Taha,
Nathuram
Dr. Shahid Saeeda,
Dhruv Saxena,
Irfan Ahmed,
Nathuram
Maulvi
Godse,
Ishtiaq.
First terrorist of India, Nathuram Godse.
These are all
Dhruv Saxena, BJP IT cell. BJP IT cell. Was he a Muslim too? He was found to be in connection. Once you're done, Dhruv Saxena of the BJP IT cell from your party, Bharatiya Janata Party. He was found to be in connection with the ISI.
What is wrong with you? Why don't you ask the man to shut up?
Is that all right, Sanju Verma ji? No, I will not shut up. Listen, let's not thrive on this Hindu-Muslim sadistic run. Stop polarization. We are Indians. We are Indians.
Educated professors
so
who are a part
did they
of the
see,
Faridabad module.
Did they see who died?
You should be ashamed of yourself. You're sitting here and supporting your Jamatis. You're sitting here and supporting your Jamatis.
Hindu-Muslim करने वालों पे मैं धिक्कार करता हूँ.
Terror is a reality. अल्लाह अकबर बोलकर बम कौन फोड़ता है?
अल्लाह भी बोलेंगे, जय श्री राम भी बोलेंगे.
Louder both.
Let me tell you, संजू जी, ना हिंदू बुरा है, ना मुसलमान बुरा है, जो करता बुराई वो इंसान बुरा है. Yes, that is your language. See, Arnab, this is what she does. Arnab, this is what she does on the show.
एक मिनट.
Arnab, can I get my time?
Syed, can you just wait for a minute? I find this utterly hypocritical approach, where first you carry out a... No, 1 minute. I have stopped this man. I have stopped this man. 1 minute.
His time has already been
No, but that's all right. Both of you spoke over each other. I'll come to you. I just want to take a minute to ask you this. What happens? By denying that they are Muslim, what do you get? नहीं, ये लोग... Sanju, 1 minute. ये approach इनका ये हुआ है. Terrorism हो गई. 2 दिन के लिए चुप रहिए. Comment मत कीजिए. तीसरे दिन बोलिए टेररिस्ट बुरा नहीं होता, इंसान बुरा होता है. प्रॉब्लम उनमें नहीं है, हमारे समाज में है. इंसान बनो, कैंडल लाइट मार्च करो. देखिए, आई वांट टू टेल यू वन थिंग. ओसामा बिन लादेन इंसान नहीं था, मगर मुसलमान तो था.
नहीं, वो राक्षस था.
नहीं, राक्षस था मीन्स व्हाट? ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था. ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं, वो राक्षस था और वो रावण था.
शालिनी जी सुन रहा है? अहमद अल जवारी मुसलमान नहीं था.
रावण था, वो राक्षस था, रावण था. और जो ये लोग हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं,
शालिनी अली,
इस बात को मान रहे हो कि ये मिसगाइडेड यूथ है. इनको जिहाद की गलत डेफिनेशन दी जाती है. इन्हें बोला जाता है कि आपको एनआरसी सीएए के वजह से आपको देश से बाहर निकाल दिया जाएगा. आप क्यों नहीं इस बात को मान रहे हो कि इतने प्रिविलेजेस उन्हें हमारे देश में मिल रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद उनको लगता है कि मुसलमानों के साथ बहुत ही गैरों का एक वातावरण बनाया जा रहा है. क्यों नहीं मान लेते हो कि हज सब्सिडी जो आती है इस देश में उसके ऊपर भी मुसलमान अपना दावा ठोकते हैं और उससे हज के लिए भी जाते हैं? क्यों नहीं मानते हो कि टेररिस्ट जो है वो मिसगाइडेड लोग होते हैं, इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं जिस तरीके से कुरान में लिखा गया है? जिहाद का मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वो एक होली वॉर है, जिहाद का मतलब वो होता है कि आप किसी चीज के लिए स्ट्राइव कर रहे होते हैं। काफिर का मतलब वो नहीं होता है कि आप अल्लाह को नहीं मानते हो, काफिर का मतलब वो होता है जो होली वननेस गॉड को नहीं मान रहा, ऑलमाइटी को नहीं मान रहे हो। ये मिसगाइडेडनेस है। यू कांट से कि मुसलमान नहीं है, वो मुसलमान है, मोमिन नहीं है, वो इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं सही तरीके से। मौलानाओं ने उनको गलत तरीके से चीजें सिखाई हैं। ये कह देने से कि वो मुसलमान नहीं है उससे मतलब ये पूरा का पूरा मुद्दा खत्म नहीं होता है। मुद्दा है आपके सामने, आप देख रहे हो, उनके नाम देख रहे हो, आप ये देख रहे हो कि हाँ उन्होंने अपना रिलीजन जो बताया गया है वो इस्लाम बोला गया है, मुस्लिम बोला हुआ है। इस बात से हट जाओ यार। इस कम्युनिटी को इकट्ठा खड़ा करने के लिए पहले इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर जो प्रॉब्लम है उसकी सोल्यूशन तो देखिए ना। एजुकेशन चाहिए तो ढंग से चाहिए, एजुकेशन की तरफ हमारी कौम के युवाओं को आगे लेकर जाइए ना। इस सब बातों को छोड़ दीजिए कि हाँ जी मुस्लिम है नहीं है। जो इशू है उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करिए और उसको सॉल्व करने से पहले ये बात मान लीजिए कि वो प्रॉब्लम है और उस प्रॉब्लम को सोल्यूशन हमें निकालना है।
I want to ask one question. Why were these terrorists going to these mosques and these madrasas? Syed, 1 minute, please. Please, Syed. We'll have to accept the reality. The reality is that these terrorists were going to certain madrasas and certain mosques. Why were they going to certain madrasas and certain mosques? What was the support structure inside the madrasa, inside the mosque? Now, at the core of the module, Subrashta, very interesting point I want to raise here. They are all Muslim clerics, all Muslim religious leaders. Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, Mewat cleric Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiaq. So these people are showing that they are Maulvi, etc. as a front. Their real job was creating a whole, making their religious centers or whatever they were functioning from, or universities, centers to store arms, ammunition. And this is not the first time. Whenever there is stone pelting on Hindus, it is always from people, very often from people who are pelting the stones from inside mosques. So have some radical people turned mosques into a center of a hate India program. 1 minute. For then I will have to ask, what is their deep agenda? Are these people such fools? 1 minute. Do they really believe that they can create chaos in this country? Because Subrashta, I'll close with this. The plan was to create a lot of bloodshed in India in December. Mass bloodshed in India in December was this phase 1 of their Ghazwa-e-Hind campaign. Now don't try to pretend कि सब कुछ ठीक है. सब कुछ ठीक नहीं है. रंगे हाथ पकड़े गए हैं. क्रैकडाउन होने वाली है. सबको पकड़ा जाएगा. सबकी फंडिंग बंद होगी. सबको अंदर किया जाएगा. और ये सब लोग एक नंबर के कायर हैं. सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस आते हैं तो भागते हैं. ये कोई दम नहीं है इनमें. इनको पकड़ के सिखाया जाएगा. Syed, I'm telling you, 1 minute. Subrashta, no more. No, I don't take the middle line.
30 seconds.
Arnab, my question is,
had they read what Prophet
there has
said,
been a letter floating around with 5 Muslim.
नहीं मानते.
सुन लीजिए, आपको तब लगातार आप बोल रहे हैं, आपको बोलने का मौका मिल रहा, बिल्कुल मार्जिनलाइज नहीं किया गया है आपको, लेकिन आपको दूसरे तरफ की भी बात सुननी पड़ेगी. Arnab, there has been a letter that has been quoted by, Shashi Tharoor about these 5 Muslim eminent intellectuals who condemned the attack. My question to everybody sitting on the panel who is trying to either defend this or, tiptoe about this conversation is this. When there was a whole campaign going around in this country in the name of CAA, NRC, and lies were being spread through prominent anchors in Indian television, did these Indian Muslims who are sitting now as political analysts, did they come out and say we condemn this? These are blatant lies and it can inflame a community to no extent. Have you ever heard these guys talking about madrasas and the kind of indoctrination that happens there? Are we new to this? Or should it shock us that madrasas have been a seat of, they are not just a place of study, and that they have been seats of laboratories of terror, operations in this country? What are we talking? And not in this country. They just need to look up read up articles after articles, follow and track conversation after conversations in Europe, in US and all these places where people have migrated to better economic prospects and what they have done to the political climate of the country. This conversation cannot be kosher. I'm sorry to say, but this is a conversation we need to have, and more Muslims need to speak about this. I don't understand why is it difficult to understand that the true financiers of fanaticism need to be brought to book. If the financing goes through madrasas, if the financing goes through NGOs, they need to be called out. I don't understand what is the problem.
No, because the problem
social
is
media conclaves and selective outrage, etc. I think we should be done with these conversations.
No,
now.
because the problem is then we will have to. Problem is we will then have to ask what is happening within the madrasas and the masjids. Gaurav Chachra, one point I want to make to you. Syed, just listen for a minute. Maulana Irfan Ahmad Waga previously worked as a paramedical staff member at Government Medical College in Srinagar, which means he was a government servant. During that time, he came into contact with several students who visited a mosque in Nogam. ये radicalization पूरी तरह से मस्जिद से शुरू हुई. The radicalization, Gaurav, happened from a mosque. Then Maulana Irfan said, I am going to make it my job to radicalize students, including the students pursuing medicine in Faridabad. And many people came to Faridabad, you know why, Gaurav? Because the government of India wanted to integrate Kashmiri Muslims into the mainstream academic life of this country. So Sanju Verma, listen to this. You first make sure radicalization is over. Then you start your integration system. Integration does not happen automatically. By getting 100 students to Alfala University, you don't start national integration. You have to disintegrate that thinking first. Gaurav, exactly. There is an undeniable connection to mosques and madrasas. Just as there is an undeniable connection to the Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Adam, if that is the case, then why is UP state funds being granted to madrasas under Yogi Adityanath? Can you answer me today? Why does Yogi Adityanath ji grant funds under the state funds of
Maybe he should stop.
Yeah, so Sanju Verma,
because if he stops, you will say Muslims are being targeted.
If madrasas are then why do BJP grant?
Gaurav Chachra!
Can I please?
Gaurav, louder!
आप मुझे सुन लीजिए. आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता, कोई जाति नहीं होती. जानबूझ के आतंक ये धर्म के चश्मे से देखना छोड़ दीजिए. ये जो फेलियर ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस हुआ है, जो केंद्र सरकार की गलतियां उसको छुपाने के लिए आप एक धर्म के चश्मे से देख रहे हैं इसको कहीं ना कहीं मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हैं.
Insane debate is this? Can I now come in? Can I come in now? You've had your say. You've had your say. Now I refuse to debate. I have to fight every day for my time.
आगे तो भविष्य में ऐसी कोई घटना ना हो सके. पूरा विपक्ष केंद्र सरकार के साथ में आतंकवाद को जड़ से खत्म करेंगे.
No. The point is,
क्या कर रहे हैं हम आपके साथ में हैं.
The point is, why are all these clerics?
कहाँ से प्लानिंग हो रही है, क्यों हो रही है, क्या हो रहा है,
कौन कर रहा है?
एक इंसान डॉक्टर जो है वो सहारनपुर में रह के रोज नई प्लानिंगें कर रहा है. क्या करनी चाहिए इंटेलिजेंस आपकी?
Audio not clear. Both audio not clear. Fix the audio, and when both audios are bad, one has to be hired at one time. Directors. Windows have to be made. The two people have to be separated on two sides of the screen. Audio is to be higher for one, lower for the other, so that in a bad audio situation, one person can be heard. Live direction, ladies and gentlemen.
Azim Prem ji, you be Musliman hai.
I refuse to debate like this. Each time I come on air, you allow the other person to free run and you mute my voice. Please continue to debate with this guy. I refuse to shout every evening. I don't want to fight for my time. Either call me and give me time or don't call.
सबका देश है. इस देश में हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं, देश के नागरिक हैं. विपक्ष की पार्टी
कुछ नहीं आता. You don't have the guts to condemn radical Islam. You don't have the guts to condemn jihad.
अभी भी आप देखिए क्या उनकी कमर तोड़ दिया, उनसे पूछिए क्या भविष्य में करने वाले थे. किस एक
बीजेपी के बारे में
संजू संजू and Syed.
मेरा देश की जनता बचे, मेरा कोई बहन ना मरे, मेरा कोई भाई ना मरे।
ना बांटो हिंदुस्तान को, ना मैं हिंदू बनूं ना तुम मुसलमान बनो, मैं भी हिंदुस्तानी बनूं तुम भी हिंदुस्तान बनो। बस करो ये बंटवारा। मैं कृपया करके हाथ जोड़ के बोलता हूँ, who has died? Hindus have died, Muslims have died. How does it matter? Mothers have lost their kids. Wives have been orphaned. Have some shame.
I
have
see
some
you
self-respect.
always telling me,
We are
Sanju, do
Indians.
not interject. Can I now come in? I don't want lessons in secularism from this radicalized guy. I don't want lessons in secularism from this radical element on your show. I refuse to debate unless you mute him, because you don't allow me to interject others.
No. Ma'am, let me tell you, we love our Hindu brothers, we love our Muslim brothers, but first we are Indians. Listen to me.
You're not conducting a sane debate. You want noise on your show.
The likes of you
do
are
this
nobody to
deliberately,
divide
Arnab
us.
Goswami.
We will stand united, Arnab. We will stand sacrosanct with our country. Because even for Muslims, the best country in the world. Even for Muslims, the best country in the world.
बाद में बीजेपी को भाषण देना. Can you condemn radical Islam? Can you condemn jihad?
I will. Yes,
can you condemn the Faridabad module? Can you condemn Jaish-e-Mohammed? Can you condemn Lashkar-e-Taiba? Can you condemn?
Listen to me. Listen to me. I condemn anybody on the land of this beautiful Bharat. Listen to me. On this beautiful dharti of Bharat, anybody who takes a life, irrespective of Hindu or Muslim, I condemn them.
Sanju, louder.
Indian brothers, my Indian brothers and mothers have died, ma'am.
आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा बोलकर कन्हैया लाल की गर्दन काट डाली. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर उमेश कोले की गर्दन काट डाली. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने अल्लाह अकबर बोलकर चार्ली हेब्डो कर डाला. आपके भाइयों ने अल्लाह अकबर बोलकर ब्रसेल्स की बॉम्बिंग की. आपके भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर मक्का मदीना में भी बॉम्बिंग की. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर कश्मीरी जेनोसाइड किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर कोयम्बटूर किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर
You deserve me a second. You give me a second, Arnab. The fact is, so much of division, so much of
गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर समझौता एक्सप्रेस ब्लॉक किया.
Always unite us in one vision.
जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पुणे बेकरी ब्लॉक किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर चिन्नस्वामी स्टेडियम ब्लॉक किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर जयपुर बम ब्लास्ट किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर अहमदाबाद बॉम्बिंग की. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर वाराणसी ब्लास्ट किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पहलगाम टेरर अटैक किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पुलवामा अटैक किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर पठानकोट अटैक किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर फरीदाबाद ब्लास्ट किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर दिल्ली बम ब्लास्ट किया. आपके जिहादी भाइयों ने गुस्ताखे रसूल बोलकर 2001 पार्लियामेंट्री बिल्डिंग पर अटैक किया.
One minute. Just 1 minute. If I may, you are all speaking over each other. Sanju, the reason I want to bring a more intense focus today, and if I can speak, can I, without interruption, speak only over visuals for a while? Viewers of Republic, something very serious has happened in our country, and sometimes these debates, the way people are speaking over each other, we may end up losing our focus on the importance of what has happened. See, viewers, I began the program today by saying that this is industrial scale Islamist radicalization. This is industrial scale terrorism. In one house, 88 bags of high explosives and IED materials were found. Inferring from the 88 bags, the question is, was it possible that 88 sites were also identified? There is a huge group of ideological support for terrorism in this country. communication support, ideological support, logistical support, minute-to-minute tracking. Whoever is behind this, I can assure you there are thousands and thousands of people working together to carry out a new level of terrorism in our country. The problem is, you ask anyone, how many days will you forget what happened in Chandni Chowk? They'll say 3 days, 4 days and 5 days. There's a Bihar election result tomorrow and people will be debating that. This will be forgotten. And that is what the enemy wants. The enemy wants you to let down your guard. But if you speak informally to people, they will say, "Hame sab kuch pata hai." There are people who say, "We have surrounded this country from within. We are going to hit, we are going to strike back. We are waiting for our moment to attack." In the interrogation notes, by the way, Shalini, of all these people, they are saying, and they have said, all these radicals, that we have been trained to carry out terrorism in India because we hate people who don't believe in our religion. We have been told that India is a 82% Hindu country. So it is more likely that acts of terrorism, Hindus will be killed. And I do not want to be disturbed, but I am of a clear view. That the problem with our country is we've become so economically, some centers of our country as urban centers have become so economically privileged that they don't care what happens outside. There are some people who will say, "We don't go to Chandni Chowk." But do you know this will not hit the mall next to you? The shopping center, the crowded place, the place of worship, the railway station, an airport. Has this not happened to India in the past? The only difference is, we believe it is the job of our army, Operation 2.0, Operation 3.0. The moment there is a terrorist attack, we never say, "What are we going to do?" We're going to say, "What is Narendra Modi going to do? When are we going to hit Pakistan?" As if that is going to solve the whole problem, Shalini. It's not going to solve the whole problem. The people who hate India are inside India. But if I say, "Why are so many of them Muslim?" I'll be told you're targeting Muslims. But if I don't speak, no, 1 minute. Why are so many of them Muslim? Do you not understand English, Harish? Why are so many of them Muslim?
Dhruv Saxena was a Muslim, Arnab Goswami.
Why are so many of them Muslim?
Please, you don't talk.
Shalini and Harish. Why are so many of them Muslim?
To understand, number one, like what I said at the beginning of the debate also, we need to understand that there is an issue, and there is an issue that is coming out of our community where there are youth that are being taught things at a very young age. When they go to madrasas with Kattar teaching and where they have this Islamist radicalized teachers, they are taught the Quran and the Hadith in a manner they want to teach the children. We keep talking about Jaish-e-Mohammed, and we keep talking about ISIS, and we keep talking about Lashkar-e-Taiba and everything. This is exactly what happens over there. They're taught the wrong meanings. They're taught the interpretations in a manner where they are taught to kill. Islam is a very loving and a very peace-loving religion, like all other religions too. But जब मायने ही गलत सिखा दिए जाते हैं और यूथ जब इधर उधर होने शुरू हो जाते हैं, तो इशू तो है ना। ये कह देना कि ये मुसलमान नहीं है, ये गलत हो जाएगा। मैं मान रही हूँ कि ये मुसलमान है, पर ये सही तरीके से इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो करते हैं। आतंकवाद का कोई धर्म नहीं होता है। एट द सेम टाइम वो जो धर्म की हम बात करते हैं, वो धर्म होता है अपने देश के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है पुत्र के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है पति के प्रति, वो धर्म होता है अपने पत्नी के प्रति। ये सारे धर्म होते हैं। और जब हम रिलीजन की बात करते हैं, तो आप उस रिलीजन में बॉर्न होते हैं या आप कन्वर्ट होते हैं, तो भी अगर आप उसको नहीं संभाल पा रहे हैं या समझ पा रहे हैं और गलत रास्ते पे चल रहे हैं, तो वो हम लोगों का एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। हम अगर इस देश में रह रहे हैं, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिल्कुल उसी तरीके से अ क्रैकडाउन नीड्स टू बी डन ऑन सच मदरसास, अ क्रैकडाउन नीड्स टू बी डन ऑन सच कट्टर मौलानास। व्हेन देयर वाज एन इशू, समवन ऑन योर पैनल इटसेल्फ सेड कि नहीं जी यूपी में मत दीजिए ग्रांट, तो व्हेन द ग्रांट्स वर स्टॉप्ड, and where the illegal madrasas were told to were sealed, where Assam, where we had the crackdown on madrasas in Assam because it was leading to a lot of infiltration. तो यही पैनल वाले लोग थे जो कह रहे थे कि आप लोग हमारे खिलाफ खड़े हो गए हैं. बात नरेंद्र मोदी की नहीं है, बात शालिनी अली की नहीं है, बात अर्नब गोस्वामी की नहीं है, बात हर एक भारतीय नागरिक की है कि हम इन सब चीजों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए धर्म को बीच में ना लेकर आए, पर धर्म के अंदर या धर्म के डाल में जो काम हो रहा है उसके ऊपर हम क्रैकडाउन कैसे करेंगे. और इस वक्त हमारे लिए
अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी में क्यों हो रही थी? देखिए, मैं सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, why was this happening in Alfala University and not Delhi University? Because it was
Javed Siddiqui, the founder of Alfala University. Now it has come to light that Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, the chancellor and the founder of Alfala, this is breaking news, he is the one who actually gave a free run for people to assemble in the boys' hostel of Alfala, where all the conspiracies were hatched to ensure that the Faridabad / Jaish-e-Mohammed /
Why did your government allow it? Why did our government allow it? Why did our government allow it? And my question is, your government, our government had a scheme to carry out national integration. It used to say, get a lot of Kashmiri students, to Delhi.
Down on terror big time or not? The Modi government is cracking down on terror big time, and you know this better than anyone else. Don't try to mislead your audience. Do you imagine? Can you imagine what would have happened if Delhi blast had happened and say Rahul Gandhi were the Prime Minister, or say Akhilesh Yadav was the Prime Minister? Akhilesh Yadav, after Varanasi blast, went to Allahabad High Court saying Indian Mujahideen ki galti hi nahi hai. Sonia Gandhi shed copious tears in 2008 after the Batla House encounter. Till today, I have never heard Rahul Gandhi address the problem of radical Islam. Thank God you have Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister and Amit Shah as the Union Home Minister.
Have you finished?
I have finished, but why aren't you asking the tough questions on why intellectual cover fire is being given to terrorists under the garb of saying that "Arey, terror ka koi dharm nahi hai"? I tell you that more than terrorists, it's the terror apologists who need to be exposed.
Why was there no intelligence or check on what was going on inside Alfala University till the explosion happened? Sanju, you need to answer that question. It's your government. You don't have any intelligence on what's going on inside the university.
I will not shove things under the carpet. Yes, there has been a lapse, but more importantly, the lapse has been taken cognizance of. And I think half the problem is solved when you at least take cognizance of the problem. 10-11 will be avenged. This is not like 2008, 26-11, where Fali Homi Major, the then IF chief, said.
No, but now you have arrested Javed Ahmed. Now you have arrested Javed Ahmed Siddiqui in a cheating case of 7 crore rupees. The nation wants to know what were you doing till now?
Not only for cheating, Javed Ahmed Siddiqui has been arrested for putting forward a false accreditation certificate.
Well, I just want to tell our viewers that something major will happen because NSA Doval and Home Minister Amit Shah are at Amit Shah's residence. Shalini, this seems like the kind of meetings that happened before Pahalgam. After Pahalgam, after Pahalgam.
I want to give you a background of the Mewat also and why Alfala University was actually, it was not only but it was, What has happened is that I have already worked and I am working in the area of Mewat and especially in New over there. If you see that there is a lack of educational facilities. As a matter of fact, there is a lack of any girl child going further than class 7th or 8th. Alfala University over there in Mewat came in as a boon. And as a matter of fact, it came in as a boon not only for the locals over there, but people that were there surrounding over there. So actually speaking, this was a very well-planned plan, which I'm sure Javed must have been hatching since many years. Having Alfala University in Mewat and having all the planning and plotting taking place in Mewat made it a place where they could hide all these kind of activities and yet have a big number of students coming in over there since there is a lack of education. Also, if you will like to go into history, the Jamaat-e-Islam, the Jamaat started in Mewat in the year 1926. So over there, you do have a lot of fan following and you do have a lot of thoughtful thinking taking place where they see that, yeah, a minority education has come in to work in our area and to bring up the educational level of our area. So one point is that. Number 2 point, you're absolutely right in saying that there was a kind of a lack in intelligence. At the same time, these are what leads to the lack of intelligence, because when over there you have locals, you have students that are going there, and the students are not coming back and communicating with their parents or with their neighbors or giving out information. Again, lack of education in our community, lack of social skills in our community leads to such kind of activities to bloom and blossom.
What kind of rubbish argument is that?
Bigger terrorist activities.
Well, what's rubbish? You believe, Harish, that a fundamentalism and Islamist radicalization is okay as long as you can present a moderate English-speaking face? You want to present a moderate English-speaking face in front and have jihadi thought behind, that won't be allowed. This duality will not be allowed. You see, there are many jihadis who speak English and have a moderate voice. We are going to have to investigate their thinking. So many people are suggesting that entire digital footprints, internet access, background material, financial transactions of people should happen, so that all these radicalized Muslims should have to be caught. You're going to have to catch radicalized Muslims. There has to be a nationwide, Harish, a nationwide operation to identify and catch radicalized Muslims. Because even if they have not done terrorist acts so far, they may do so in the future. Do you understand? So people who read radicalized literature, people who follow radicalized material, people whose habits, digital habits, show radicalization to some extent, we will have to carry out a very major intensive combing operation of these people. Do you have any objection to it? Because it's going to be happening now, Harish.
No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, then you don't cry that Muslims are being targeted.
No. Because each kind of radicalization on any religion, that too particularly.
I'm not talking about any religion.
No. One second. Let me allow.
These were all Muslims.
Allow me to complete.
These killers were all Muslims.
By my name, you can identify me as Islam, but I am an atheist totally. But having said that, I will make sure whoever it is, whether Islam is the one primarily who has been attacking, who has been all against the country. They have to stand for the country, but they have been colliding with the foreign nationals, that too particularly with the Pakistanis, and organizing these kind of terror attacks. We have to condemn at the highest order, that there is no second thought about it, because they are standing against the sovereignty of this country. They are standing against their own people. So whatever the mechanism which the government has to do to curb this at the nub, they have to do it. Whether this time it is a lapse, or whether the Pahalgam is a lapse, whether it is a Pathankot is a lapse.
The Coimbatore terror attack in 2022 under the incompetent nose of NK Stalin. The perpetrator was a radical Jamaati called Jamesha Mubin.
Have some civility, madam, please.
NK Stalin has never condemned radical terror. NK Stalin has never condemned jihadis.
Can you please stop?
NK Stalin has never condemned radical Islam. The United Nations says 9 out of top 10 terror organizations in the world have a radical Islamist DNA. ISIS, Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Boko Haram, Hamas, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda.
Okay, Arnab,
do you know all the top 9 terror organizations in the world have a radical Islamist DNA?
Madam, have some civility.
You guys say गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा सरतन से जुदा सरतन से
and allow me to complete. Madam, have some civility and allow me to complete.
And you carried out the Kashmiri genocide of 1990.
Have some civility.
You carried out the Ahmedabad bomb blast. You carried out the Jaipur bomb blast. Your Jamaatis carried out the Chinnaswamy Stadium blast. Your Jamaatis carried out the German bakery blast. Your Jamaatis carried out the
Stop these kind of branding. Stop these kind of branding. You dumbo. Stop this.
The Delhi blast.
You dumbo. Stop this. Whom you are?
Sanju, louder. I think if you cannot argue, you can't call her a dumbo. You can be equally called a dumbo. You can be told that you're presenting a dumb argument. You can be told that you're a moderate face and you have a jihadi ideology, but I'm not saying that. How did you call her dumbo? You have no argument, now you're showing your real face?
She can't go ahead and
You're an illiterate.
to be same as a terrorist. So if she does,
you're a complete, outstanding illiterate.
I will call her dumpo.
You are illiterate.
She can't.
You are a radical Jamaati. Bolo that radical Islam is a threat to humanity. Himmat hai.
You are equivalent to Prati Nachia. Who's that? Prati Thakur, some women who blasted between
to Jaipur, to Coimbatore, to Delhi.
Madam, have some civility. I don't have time for all your foolishness. I don't have time for all your foolishness and your dumb ideological.
Radical Baba, chup ho jao. Radical Islamist Baba, chup ho jao.
You shut up.
You look like a jihadi moron.
You
and
shut
I will
up.
not hold my punches.
You are an atom bomb.
You guys
You
for
are
too
an
long.
atom bomb. You are a walking atom bomb. Shut up, first of all.
Jihad under the garb of being doctors.
First of all, shut up. You can't even understand what kind of stand I am taking.
Sanju, I think Harish, today you have lowered the level of the debate, which is extremely unfortunate.
No,
which is extremely unfortunate.
Even without understanding.
No. You had an option to say that Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Saeed and Dr. Umar are all Muslims and we'll have to investigate why that happens. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no good terrorist or bad terrorist. There is no good jihad or bad jihad. The arrest of the Maulvis proves that there is a pipeline of radicalization in this country, from Kashmir to Haryana. That we pay taxes so these people learn professional courses on our money and then target the country from within. But once again, before I go to the main debate at 9 o'clock tonight, I want you to think whether you are safe. Are you safe pretending that this will not hit you? Are you safe being woke? Do you feel privileged? And if you're privileged, do you think your privilege will protect you from the effects of radicalization? Let me assure you it won't. So do watch when I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. But I think we're going to wait to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं।
Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
It clearly was a terrorist attack, and it was a car loaded with highly explosive materials that detonated and killed a lot of people. But I think they're doing a very good job of carrying out an investigation, and I think when they have facts, they'll release those facts. But I think we're going to await to see what their investigation reveals. We've offered to help, but I think they're very capable in these investigations. They don't need our help, and they're doing a good job.
Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Undeniable Pakistan linked to Delhi blast. Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan terror network nexus. Time for a complete crackdown on terror modules, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, in case you thought that this was a limited attack, a single blast, let me tell you, think again. There was a larger terrorist plot. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Fort blast that killed 13 people, injured scores of others, terrorized the entire nation. This was just the tip of the iceberg. What was brewing was a mega terror attack plan across the country, a level of terrorism that has never been seen before in India. This was not a Delhi plot. The plan of these terrorists, these radicalized Islamist terrorists, all of whom were Muslim, their plan was to execute serial bomb blasts across India and multiple cities across the nation. The Red Fort blast, it was only the surface. Investigators have traced the chain from Dr. Adil Rathar to his brother, Dr. Muzaffar Rathar, who was in direct touch with the Pakistani handler operating from Afghanistan. There was a meeting in Turkey. Republic sources confirmed that Dr. Muzaffar and Dr. Muzammil of the Alfala University had a meeting in Istanbul where instructions and funding channels were fixed. This was a major operation of certain radicalized Muslims who hate India. Digital evidence exists which shows that Dr. Muzaffar later coordinated the module from Dubai. And Afra Bibi, wife of Masood Azhar's nephew, has connections with terrorist Dr. Shaheen Saeed. This was a pan-India conspiracy. So think again, if you're watching this in your gated community high-rise, or maybe far away in a lap of privilege and luxury, wherever in India, and you think you're too privileged for radicalized Muslim terror to not hit you, let me tell you, think again. The penetration of the radicalized Islamist thinking is so deep that you never know who is a terrorist. All these people were walking around in malls and shopping centers and cinema halls till recently. So be very careful and do not pretend that you can look away. What began as a one explosion near Red Fort is only phase one of a national terror design. Every evidence trail shows that India was staring at the possibility of synchronized multi-city terrorist attacks. They were planning 6 blasts across 6 locations on December 6th, chosen deliberately to ignite communal riots on the Babri Masjid demolition anniversary. The nexus of attack vehicles, I-20 EcoSport and the Brezza have been recovered. Intel indicates 32 vehicles laden with IEDs for simultaneous strikes across India. A financial trail, 26 lakh rupees raised through Hawala channels and fake education accounts at the dangerous university called Alfala University. The Gujarat ATS, ladies and gentlemen, also uncovered Dr. Ahmad Mohiuddin Saeed's Ryson-based terrorist plan, India's first possible biochemical plot, showing that the same Pakistani jihadi doctrine was experimented with biochemical warfare. So if you think that this is not going to affect you, that this is a concern for the Republic Media Network, for other people in India and not for you, I'm telling you, and if you're a woke, this will not spare you. Even if you're an anti-national, it will not spare you. This is the time for a nation-first movement in India where we target each one of these anti-nationals. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a nationwide network. Recruits from Jammu and Kashmir, from Haryana, were radicalized online by handlers across the Indian border. Money moved in from Dubai, explosives from Mewat, ammonium nitrate from Faridabad, IEDs were assembled in Delhi, parallel experiments were made in Hyderabad, working on the Ryson poisoning while the Red Fort module tested ammonium nitrate. Think tonight again, are you safe? Are your children safe? Are your parents safe? Are your loved ones safe? Who is safe in this country? If this is the scale of their terrorist operations and the penetration of their terrorist thinking, look at the educated profile of terrorists, the widespread network of anti-national forces within India. How long, I ask you, can you turn a blind eye towards the nexus of Islamist sleeper cells in this country? I ask you, my countrymen, awaken today. Awaken. Do not look the other way. Islamist, radicalized terrorism is upon us. If they want to talk about Ghazwa-e-Hind, we must fight them back with the philosophy of nation first. Let's debate.
2:10 p.m. This is Umar Nabi, the terror doctor, the car bomber, strolling on the streets of Delhi, hours before the blast outside Red Fort. This is the first time he's been spotted on video. The CCTV capture right outside Delhi Shazi Ilahi Mosque. The CCTV capture right outside Delhi Shazi Ilahi Mosque. Watch his body language as he leaves the mosque, looking back, looking over his shoulder. He knew even before he pulled the trigger that he would be caught.
This is the same divider that you can very clearly see in the video, in the picture. You can also see some part of the pole in the picture. This is the divider, this is the pavement, and this is the area. So you can also see the design you can corroborate the design of the mosque. We'll show you the design here. And this is also clearly visible, although the picture is a little blurred because it was magnified to corroborate whether it was Umar who was entering the mosque at a given time. And he was possibly here for at least 3 hours.
Umar Nabi took refuge in this mosque. He hid here for a significant amount of time. Whether he picked up or dropped any explosives at the Shazi Ilahi Mosque is unknown. What we know is that 4 hours and 41 minutes later, he pulled the trigger of the Hyundai i20, the car he drove across Delhi on the 10th of November. The impact of the blast, such that 3 days later, this morning, 300 meters away from the blast site and behind the Jain Mandir, a forearm was found, perched on a rooftop and collected by forensic experts. Investigators tell Republic that the radical bomber used just 40 to 50 kilograms of the ANFO or ammonium nitrate fuel oil that triggered the blast, just 1% of the total explosives in their possession, and stored around the Alfala campus.
अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जितनी भी फंडिंग है अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस से उसकी फंडिंग है। अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई भी बाहर के देशों से किसी जगह से भी कोई भी फंडिंग नहीं है। अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी की फीस उसको चलाने के लिए सफिशिएंट है। अल्फला एक सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी है।
The plot was bigger. A white Hyundai i20 exploded. A red Ford EcoSport was searched for over 24 hours. A third silver Brezza car missing was found inside the Alfala campus. Investigators believe these cars and many more, almost 32 of them, were to be loaded with explosives. The network is still unraveling.
देखिए ये मुत्तकीपुर क्षेत्र है। यहाँ पर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के द्वारा एक जगह पर सर्च किया गया। अभी बाकी जानकारी की जा रही है। डिटेल अभी थोड़ी देर में आपको रिलीज कर। ये किसी डॉक्टर का मकान है, डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी नाम है। बाकी जानकारी हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
ये लखनऊ के हैं।
थैंक यू।
These 5 faces of terror are just the tip of the iceberg. The doctors of terror had a larger network, a network that had targets like Ayodhya on their radar.
आज दिल्लीમાં એક આતંકવાદી ઘટનામાં કાર વિસ્ફોટમાં 9 લોકોનું મૃત્યુ થયું અને 25ની આસપાસ નાગરિકો ઘવાયા છે. જે કોઈ भी જે સ્તરે આની અંદર સંડોવાયેલા છે એ સૌને કાયદાની અદાલત સામે લઈ જઈ સૌને ઉચિત સજા થાય એના માટે ભારતના વડાપ્રધાનનો જે સંકલ્પ છે એ નિશ્ચિત રૂપે પૂરો થશે અને એક એવું ઉદાહરણ બેસવાનું છે કે જેથી ભવિષ્યમાં આવી ક્યારેય આતંકવાદી ઘટના ના થાય.
Republic has learned that serial bombings were planned in December. The plan advanced after the arrest of the Faridabad module. The plan was so dangerous and the network so vast that they even had unconventional terror tactics lined up. The details of the chemical attack through the Ryson poison planned in Gujarat is still unraveling.
भाई भी जिस तरीके से वो घर पर रेजिन ला करके और वो जो पल्प निकाले और उसमें एसीटोन मिलाए, तो उनको देखने से भी कोई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था कि भाई को मालूम है। भाई को बताया गया कि ये पॉइज़न तुमको बनाना है और ला करके हमें देना है। ऐसा शायद उनको नहीं बोला गया, बस उनको ये बोला गया कि ये काम है, ये प्रोजेक्ट बनाना है आपको और आपके इतने अमाउंट आपको मिलेगा। ऐसा कुछ वो कहकर उनको अनजान इनोसेंट रखकर उनसे काम करवाया गया।
India's strike on Bahawalpur during Operation Sindoor, destroying the Jaish headquarters, has rattled the terror network and Pakistan. Their plan was and is bigger. We need to be on high alert.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was a very major terrorist plot. The only theme of today's discussion is this, that for all the people who do Muslim appeasement, only want the Muslim vote bank, who want to use Muslims, who without Muslim vote bank are nothing. Like without Muslim vote bank, Mamta is nothing. Without Muslim vote bank, Congress is nothing. Without Muslim vote bank, Samajwadi Party is nothing. So they will be quiet even when the country is under total and absolute attack of radicalized Muslim networks. There were going to be, Samar, 32 blasts. Rohan, 32 blasts they were planning. One happened, touch wood. We've been able to stop 31 others. But even if there would have been 32 blasts, these people, there are some people, including some people on our panel today, Rohan, who would not question the terrorists, they would question the government. They would not question the terrorists. They would look at this opportunity for political attack. The reality is, there is a nationwide network of Islamist radicalization. And I believe, Rohan, I want to start with you. Our government must stop a Jio or Jine Do approach. You know, 11 years in power, you may have become very moderate in your approach. I want to tell you, Rohan, the moderate approach nahi chalega is desh mein. Hardline approach hi chalega. Am I right, Samar? Only the hardline approach will work in this country because terrorists and their supporters only understand the hardline language. That is what is required in India. Rohan.
I completely agree with you, Arnav, and as you have rightly told, that we have saved ourselves from 31 more attacks. But now this is not the time to put band-aid. This is the time to do proper surgery. Surgery against the people who have reaped the benefit of Indian growth story and still are going against the country. And somehow or other, they are getting support from the people inside India. This is really, really not acceptable. Whether it is about politics or Congress, or they must introspect now. Do you support particular people or particular class of society on the basis of religion? Any times we rightly said that terrorism has no religion, but then that has to be put in practice by each and every Indian. This is the test of 140 crore Indians, whether Hindu, Muslim, and every other religion, to expose this kind of mindset of people who have reaped benefit of this country, like doctors and engineers, and they are going against our country. This is not about particular individual or a particular community. But now each and every community, including the Muslim community, will have to show that this kind of people inside their community who spoil their name of the complete community needs to be exposed and needs to be punished. So this, as Mr. Amit Shah rightly told, the time has come to give befitting reply, zero tolerance, and now the band-aid is not going to work. This fight is against the complete mindset, the radical mindset against the people who are inside.
But somewhere, Rohan, I'm just checking. I'm not saying you have done it, but I feel sometimes that the government has also become a little soft. Samar, I'll tell you why. Because I felt, why does the government have to have an election in Kashmir? Why do you have to start loving Omar Abdullah or trusting Omar Abdullah? He's the biggest political interloper, he and his family. Why did you have to say we will pull back the army from certain regions, we will deploy the Jammu and Kashmir police? Did you not see what happened in Pahalgam? Is there a Jio or Jine Do approach that is coming inside the central government also after 11 years in power? We have to have a very hardline approach. Send more army men. Why are there CASO operations only after a terrorist incident? You don't want to go into people's homes, check what books they have, what they are reading, what they are doing in Kashmir. You see, Samar, I believe in logon mein dar rakhne ki zarurat hai. They have lost a sense of fear. I am asking tonight, viewers, BJP government, Narendra Modi is Prime Minister. Haryana mein there is a BJP government. Uttar Pradesh, there is a BJP government. Gurgaon, Haryana, Faridabad, Delhi, Noida. This is all area of Yogi and BJP government at state and center. Then how is Alfala University becoming a center of terrorism? Why are so many Kashmiri students being brought to Delhi and across the country hoping that this will start integration. Why did Alfala University, why did the intelligence not check, for example, why there are so many Kashmiri doctors who have been brought into Alfala University, which madrasa they go to, which mosque they are going to, what radical preaching is going on, what is their underhand activity. After every attack, we wake up. And after 2 months, we're again sabko jiyo aur jine do wala approach. I don't think, Rohan, it was not expected from the BJP at least that you will have a jiyo aur jine do approach.
I completely
Your party should have a hardline view. ये बहुत सॉफ्ट व्यू चल रहा है. अभी ये ब्लास्ट हो गया तो 1 महीने तक आप ये कैसो ऑपरेशन, सर्च एंड सीजर ये सब करेंगे. After, why haven't you gone hardline against what Mamata Banerjee is doing in Bengal? Election time ke you will go against Mamata. But why has there been a soft approach towards the radicalization of South Bengal when she is allowing Muslim clerics to say, we will surround Bengal, we will teach the people a lesson? When Hindus are having to flee Malda, Murshidabad, why are you quiet then? You see, Rohan, where is the hardline BJP? What happened to the hardline BJP approach?
Arnav, you are completely justified, and I'll definitely answer this. See, if you see what happened after Pulwama, right? The way the whole Jammu and Kashmir.
We forgot,
after
no. After Pulwama, we forgot. After Sindoor, we forgot. After Pulwama, why did you not raid Alfala University? You think that if you raid Alfala University, you'll be seen to be anti-Muslim. If somebody,
no, absolutely no.
If somebody sees you to be anti-Muslim, it's okay.
I'm talking about, just let me complete. Now, after Pahalgam, you have seen that whole Jammu and Kashmir, they stood by the country. But it is really unfortunate that still there is a particular fraction of these people, they are against the country even after reaping all the benefits. And I have rightly said, you are absolutely correct in your thing. There is no question of any soft line. There has to be hard line. Whether PM Modi or Amit Shah, they have clearly told whoever has done this will be completely punished.
No, whoever, I am with you. I am a big supporter of the government on these issues. The whole country knows I support the hard line. Please don't forget, it was sitting with me that Narendra Modi ji said in Gandhinagar. He said, बम बंदूक और बारूद के बीच में बातचीत हो सकती है क्या? हम समर्थन करते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी का. मगर मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री है, आपकी सरकारें सब जगह हैं. आपने क्यों नहीं पूछा कि अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी में कौन सी पढ़ाई होती है? कौन सी पढ़ाई होती है अल्फला यूनिवर्सिटी में? कौन सी डिग्री दी जाती है? हमने तो अभी तक दांत के डॉक्टर, आंख के डॉक्टर, हार्ट के डॉक्टर, हड्डियों के डॉक्टर सुने थे, देखा था. मगर आतंक फैलाने वाले डॉक्टर, ये टुकड़े टुकड़े सोच के डॉक्टर, ये कहां से आ गए? ये मोदी जी की सरकार है, इनको अंदर कीजिए. आई एम आस्किंग यू, ये अल-फलाह जैसे संस्थानों के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज मत कीजिए.
I completely agree with you.
Stop the compromise. Just इनको अटैक कीजिए, इनको बिल्कुल बंद करवा दीजिए.
Their registration has been cancelled. AIU has.
नहीं, अभी cancelled ना.
I agree with you. Arnav,
नहीं, you agree with me. 78 acres, 80 एकड़ के जमीन पर 80 एकड़ में अगर इन्होंने टेररिज्म की फैक्ट्री खोल के रखी है तो इन पर अभी तक कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई? पूछता है भारत. I want an attack on radicalized Islamist fundamentalism. It is going to destroy the country. Rohan, Samar, am I right?
Absolutely right.
Arnab, firstly, I totally agree with what you've said. And the reason why I say that is, लोग कहते हैं इंडिया में that Muslims are deprived and suppressed, they don't get opportunities. A doctor of, being a Muslim doctor, you're earning 4 lakh rupees a month. You are financially in the cream category of India, and you are not deprived of any job. You are not deprived of any studies. You are not deprived of any merit. And this is what you return and give back to the nation.
Because they hate India.
That is the
because
thing.
they अंदर इनकी hate है.
Arnab, I want the Muslim community to please feel humiliated. Please take onus and responsibility. And start clearing this filth from within. only then the respect of Muslims will be restored. I am a Sikh. My parents and ancestors have seen terrorism in Punjab. The only reason why Punjab was able to prosper is we denounced terrorism. The whole Punjab community, Sikhs, were for the betterment of the nation and the future generations of Punjab. And that is one of the major reasons why there has been no terrorism. It was boycotted. We prospered until Pakistan and ISI brought in drugs. And this is exactly the thing where, again, Pakistan is involved. There are talks that Turkey is funding it. Why do you need foreign funding when you have the Indian government already funding you? And to the horror and the corruption, how could you employ Dr. Nisar ul Hassan, who was already blacklisted, as a OGW?
Why they knew they were blacklisted? They knew these people were supporters of terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, within the national capital region, supporters of terrorism who were thrown out for being terrorists were being given huge financial package opportunities in Faridabad. These people then were planning terrorist attacks. We have a BJP government. Rohan Gupta must tell me today, I have full trust in the Prime Minister and in the BJP government. Thank God you have a BJP government. If the Congress was in power by now, Samar, already Sonia Gandhi would be crying. Sonia Gandhi, Antonia the Maino, would be crying for the terrorists by now. Batla House encounter ke samay, she would be crying. But I am asking tonight, how is this happening, Rohan? The nation wants to know. Because you are reacting.
I'm not. Just let me complete. Give me 30 seconds. See, that's what I started here. Country has saved itself from 31 blast. And I completely agree with you. When the government has no tolerance policy, this shouldn't have happened. But now again, that's why Modi ji and Amit Shah ji has clearly told, ab band-aid nahi lagayenge, ab surgery karenge.
नहीं, अभी तक क्यों नहीं हुई सर्जरी?
Let me complete.
अभी तक सर्जरी क्यों नहीं हुई? ये बताइए.
सर्जरी हुई है. That's what I'm saying. If you see the history of this government, nobody could dare to do this kind of himakat till now. Now, even this case, that the incident which has happened, it is in the accident, he was running away, he was in fear of being caught, and this unfortunate incident has happened. The government has caught, the security forces, the police, JSK, everybody have worked together and exposed this complete nexus. But that's what I'm saying. This is the time for us. There is no there has to be zero tolerance, and whoever is against the country, across the board, 140 crore Indians will have to expose these people. And that is where the role of opposition, who have completely been silent on this, they have not even
opposition will not do anything.
Criticized it. Because
opposition is useless on this.
Not even a single opposition leader has come out and criticized. आप सोचिए कल किसी के खिलाफ हुआ होता माइनॉरिटी में, ये सब आके अपनी अपीसमेंट की दुकान चलाते. मैं तो अपनी जिम्मेदारी ले रहा हूं. सरकार बोल रही कि जीरो टॉलरेंस होगा. एक ऑपोजिशन लीडर बताइए अर्नव, जिसने बाहर आके ये कहा हो कि नहीं ये नहीं चलेगा, मुसलमान भाई बहनों को इन चीजों को एक्सपोज करना पड़ेगा. एक लीडर बताइए यहाँ पर. मैं चैलेंज के साथ कहने को तैयार हूं. जिन्होंने देश का खाया, देश के पैसों से डॉक्टर बने, सब कुछ देश का लिया, आज वो लोग अगर ये माइंडसेट करेंगे, हमको उन पे भी अब ट्रस्ट नहीं आएगा. दिस इज द मेजर प्रॉब्लम. Whom will you trust now? आप बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं ये कम्युनिटी में ये है वो है. आप सबको मिलकर दिखाना पड़ेगा कि नहीं, अभी भी जो चंद 5-10% बचे हुए हैं, उन सबको आपको ही निकाल के बाहर करना. जम्मू कश्मीर, I must tell the people in Pelgam attack, whole Jammu Kashmir will be solidarity with the whole country. They showed that कि हमको पत्थर पसंद नहीं है, पर अभी भी चंद एलिमेंट जो ऐसे घुसे हुए हैं, जो डॉक्टर के रूप में, इंजीनियर के रूप में, हर एक पूरे देश में छाए हुए हैं. गुजरात में भी आपने देखा,
maybe the government is so focused on fighting left-wing extremism or Maoism that your focus has not been on Islamist terrorism. These are linked. You ask my friend Savio, he's got so much intelligence. Sometimes I fear he's working for an intelligence agency. He's got so much intelligence. But the fact is this, I don't know if you do, Samar, I don't know about Savio, maybe he has a double life. But anyway, as long as he's serving the country, I'm proud of him. The point is, viewers, I want you to know tonight, and I can say this with complete confidence, that our nation is under complete and direct attack. Our nation has been under attack for a long time, but somewhere in recent months and years, the people who are there, who have this Islamist ideology, believe that they have to create chaos in this country. One way of creating chaos is the Rahul Gandhi approach. That say election commission does not work, break down the institutions, make people lose faith, create chaos within, burn the streets, create anarchy. The other way, maybe parallel to the first one, I'm not saying Rahul Gandhi and these people are working together. The second way is to have mass attacks, mass bomb blasts, mass attacks and mass killings, right? At this point of time, I have a right, Savio, to question the government. I have a right to grill Rohan. I have a right to ask him questions. But cowards don't have the right. The Congress party does not have the right because the Congress party was implicit in allowing Mirwais Omar Farooq to sit and have a picnic with Hafiz Saeed. The Congress party was therefore a spectator to the creation of a new terrorist infrastructure within the country and against the country. The Congress party said, as Shiv Shankar Menon said, we decided not acting against Pakistan was our action. A.K. Antony stood and said, not building defense infrastructure was a decision. The Congress party is the party which has compromised the country, begun Muslim appeasement, and which now says, Revant Reddy says, Congress is Muslim and Muslim is Congress. They have a single-minded agenda. If Congress was Muslim, then Rahul Gandhi should have been on the road today saying, I must start a morcha against Islamist radicalization. The biggest danger to my country are jihadis. Anti-jihadi march. How would that be, Savio? Yes. But I just want to say, Savio, I want to say, Savio.
Islamic radicalism is a serious threat to India. Islamic radicalism is a serious threat to every single nation in the world. But most importantly, Islamic radicalism is a threat to good Muslims in India and around the world. Unfortunately, many Muslims keep quiet out of fear and ostracizing because of Islamic radicalism. And it is time that the Indian Muslim community stands up with this nation against Islamic radicalism. Because if they are not going to stand up, it is the Muslim community itself that will face the biggest atrocities because of Islamic radicalism in the manner in which they are indoctrinating young children. Today, when you have doctors, you have engineers, you have educated people who have become terrorists, who have opted for terrorism, it is an indoctrination happening at madrasa level. It is not happening at a university level. So therefore, the young Muslim children, boys and girls, their lives are being ruined by Islamic radicalism, and because of which they are becoming the source of hate around the world, and further atrocities and further targeting is happening to the Muslims because of a few, Islamic radicalized jihadis that indoctrinate these young children. And it's my appeal to the Indian Muslims to wake up. This country is your country as well. Do not fall prey to Islamic radicalism.
But the Congress said, the Congress says, the Congress has already decided to support them. Because Chidambaram says that my theory of homegrown terrorism has been proven correct. I don't know which home. Maybe Chidambaram's home? If Chidambaram knows about homegrown terrorism, which home? Not my home, Samar, not your home. People like Tausif think that they will be not targeted by the Islamist fundamentalists. But Tausif, if you think because you are a Muslim or you want to present yourself as a moderate Muslim, you will not be targeted, let me tell you, they will target moderate Muslims too. Either they will tell you, Tausif, become one of us, become an Islamist fundamentalist. I hope you don't become one. But if you remain moderate, they will target you too, so you're also not safe. But the strike, Tausif, the breaking news tonight is that the strike was going to happen across 6 locations in the national capital on the 6th of December.
And that is alarming, yes. Arnab, I have already been targeted. The killing of the people, everyone who has lost their life was an Indian, like myself. Their loss of life is deeply saddening, and it is affecting me. It is targeting me. So
Is your party leader Mamata Banerjee talking much about it? Why is Mamata Banerjee quiet? Why is Mamata Banerjee quiet?
Yes.
Why is Mamata Banerjee quiet?
No, Arnab, Mamata Banerjee has expressed.
No, she's put out a tweet, that's all.
Like Rahul Gandhi, like Arvind Kejriwal, like all other opposition leaders, everyone is spoken.
Symbolic tweet and then silence.
Everyone has condemned this attack. You see, what is alarming, Arnab, maybe you are not aware. You know, the government of India, and especially the intelligence agencies from past 2 decades, have been consistently expressing concern about the spread of radical Wahhabi ideologies in India. Yet the government is not coming out with the Home Ministry particularly is not coming out with an elaborate report and taking action. Where is the government's action to curb those
government is being safe? Why is the government being safe? Rohan?
Target those places.
What is he talking? आप घुसपैठियों के साथ विरोध कर रहे हैं.
I want to ask you.
What right you have to ask the government?
Samar, 1 minute. Let Rohan reply. It's a political point, so let Rohan come in.
Where you are not allowed to build the fence to the government, to be CRS. What are you talking about? आपकी government घुसपैठियों के साथ है. आप क्यों करेंगी? यही तो खतरा है. That's what I'm saying. It requires a holistic approach across all the communities, across all the parties. पर आपका appeasement politics है.
I am talking about the Home Ministry having the intelligence reports. There is an intelligence agency's reports which has expressed concern about this spread of Wahhabi radical ideologies. We must promote Sufi Islam and curb the Wahhabi ideology, the radical ideology.
Allowed to build the fence. You are against SIR. That itself is the act against the country. Standing against SIR in these days. You are talking big things. आप कर क्या रहे हैं? आप क्या गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? क्या आपका काम सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट को अटैक करना है? What support you are doing as a state government? You are paying your petty appeasement politics in your state. This is the basic problem.
The point is also, I must say this. I must say this. Tausif, right now, viewers, what can you do is a question everybody asks tonight. Aditya, you know what we can do? We can all support the government. We have to support the government, support Narendra Modi, support Amit Shah, support Doval. If there are 3 people who can solve this problem, it is Modi, Amit Shah and Doval. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me, everyone? Viewers, are you watching this? I say tonight...
Agencies.
No. And our agencies.
No.
And our
Anyone
agencies
who can solve
and our
the problem is our agencies.
Our agencies, our country. But I tell you, what has happened to Mehbooba Mufti? Whenever she gets a chance, she wants to support terrorism. From yesterday, she has been crying, Aditya. Why are ordinary people being targeted? Every time a security agency...
And the BJP formed a government with her.
1 minute.
BJP formed a government with her.
Mistake.
You tell me one party of Indi Gadbandhan who has spoken against this Arnab since yesterday. एक पार्टी दिखा दीजिए आप.
बीजेपी
जिसने बोला हो एक शब्द भी निकालो.
जो बिरयानी खाने गए वो गोद में खेल रहे हैं. वो टेररिस्ट की गोद में खेल रहे हैं बीजेपी वाले. ये बीजेपी की एजेंट हैं.
आप किसकी गोद में खेल रहे हैं?
ये टेररिस्ट के एजेंट हैं.
आप तुष्टीकरण की गोद में खेल रहे हैं.
ये आप तुष्टीकरण कर रहे हैं. आप सनातन विरोधी लोग हैं. आप उनके तुष्टीकरण कर रहे हैं. बीजेपी वाले मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण कर रहे हैं.
बोल रहे हैं. Your CM is telling that you and Muslim are same. What are you talking about? आप कहां से बोलेंगे? आप कैसे बोल पाएंगे? बताइए उस सीएम ने जिसने कहा था कि कांग्रेस मुसलमान है, एक स्टेटमेंट तो बोले, एक स्टेटमेंट तो बोल के दिखा. हिम्मत और नौकरी चली जाएगी रेवंत रेड्डी की. अगर रेवंत रेड्डी ने एक शब्द बोल दिया, नौकरी चली जाएगी.
पूरे दिल्ली में टेररिस्ट की गाड़ी घूमती रही. ये लोग इंटरसेप्ट नहीं कर पाए. 6 साल हो गया. पुलवामा के अंदर आरडीएक्स कहां से आए पता नहीं चला पाए. ये टेररिस्ट के हैंड इन ग्लव्स हैं, इनके पोर्ट से आती हैं आरडीएक्स, इनके पोर्ट से आती हैं आरडीएक्स, ये विस्फोट कराते हैं, ये हैंड इन ग्लव्स है टेररिस्ट के, इनके हाथ में हम सेफ नहीं है। दिस गवर्नमेंट इज इनकॉम्पिटेंट, दिस गवर्नमेंट शुड बी चेंज। इनकॉम्पिटेंट गवर्नमेंट, इनकॉम्पिटेंट गवर्नमेंट, हैंड इन ग्लव्स इज टेररिस्ट।
एजेंसी को सवाल उठा रहे हैं, शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। Being a national party, you should be ashamed now. You have crossed all the limits of appeasement.
अच्छा चलिए,
आपके सीएम मुस्लिम बोल रहे हैं तो माफी मांगी आज। वही कम्युनिटी से कई लोगों ने ये किया, माफी मांगी देश से। If Congress is Muslim and if you feel that something is wrong, माफी मांगी आप लोग। अब माफी मांग के दिखाइए उनके बेहद पे। जब आप वोट मांगते हैं जुबिली हिल्स में, आप ये कहते हैं कि
क्यों नहीं तोड़ रहे हैं? टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया ना दिल्ली में,
आप माफी मांगे देश के सामने।
दिल्ली में टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया, क्यों नहीं पाकिस्तान पे अटैक कर रहे हैं? वो भूटान गए हुए हैं घूमने, बड़े साहब छोटे साहब पटना में मीटिंग कर रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी मस्कट में क्यों है? राहुल गांधी आजकल इतना मस्कट क्यों जाते हैं? राहुल गांधी हमेशा मिडिल ईस्ट में क्या करते हैं?
ये भूटान करने
Samar, is it a valid question? Why is Rahul Gandhi so often in Muscat in the Middle East?
It is a valid question, and Arnab, since the Chinese have been unable to fund the Congress, since the Chinese have been failed to fund the Congress now, the funding is coming through different hawala companies which are established in the Gulf. और पैसे कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? Why is it that he used to go to Indonesia and keep his security profile away?
Akhil,
why the secrecy?
लोग हैं, ये इनकॉम्पिटेंट लोग हैं, ये टेररिस्ट से मिले हुए हैं, बीजेपी वाले टेररिस्ट से मिले हुए हैं।
This cannot be, I mean, this is your claim. This is your claim. This is your claim, Samar. That I won't go deeper into that. But Aditya, why is there a fear? Why is there a feeling that Mehbooba Mufti is in league with the Jamaat-e-Islami? Can you tell us what the link between Mehbooba Mufti and the Jamaat-e-Islami is? Aditya, what is the link between Mehbooba Mufti and the Jamaat-e-Islami? Because I am beginning to suspect something. I am beginning to suspect something very dangerous about Mehbooba Mufti. What is her real network? Can you tell us who is behind her? What is the link between her and the Jamaat-e-Islami? She almost seems like their spokesperson, no?
I don't know from... first of all, good evening, Arnav, and finally I get time to speak under so much of chaos. See, first of all, I don't know from where this presumption comes in. See,
which presumption?
As far as this whole... let me put forth. See, as far as the whole tragedy that has occurred last 3 days back is basically a tragedy that has struck the nation. We are deeply saddened because it in itself realizes us and takes us back to the time when Pahalgam happened. It hurt us that time also, it is hurting us today also. Why I'm saying it is hurting us today? Because Pahalgam happened on our land because of the slackness of the local administration.
On our land. What do you mean happened
LG.
on our land? What do you mean? Bharat, land of Bharat?
Yeah, this is also my land. Delhi is also my land, not yours.
Yeah, did I say it's not your land? But what I'm saying is...
It's our land, our Mata.
You said Pahalgam happened on our land. What do you mean by our land? No. One minute. You need to be clear out here. Sorry, you're confused.
I'm more or less an Indian than you. Yeah. But try to understand what I'm saying. So I'm saying that it hurts us even today when the attack has happened in Delhi. What has to be seen is that the security...
What? I mean, like, I don't understand what you're saying out here. 1 minute. 3,600 OGWs are targeted, are picked up. 1 minute. 3,600 OGWs were arrested. Why don't you welcome the arrest of sleeper cells?
Keep on saying that. No.
Why are you always against the arrest of OGWs?
Are we discussing the arrest of OGWs?
Why shouldn't I? I am saying hang them.
Delhi is...
I am saying hang the OGWs.
Home Ministry. So was Jammu and Kashmir when Pahalgam happened. No accountability said when Pahalgam happened. No accountability today.
But why are you a pro-terrorist, pro-OGW, pro-sleeper cell, pro-Jamaat-e-Islami? Aapka link kya hai? What is your link with them? Aditya, what is your link with OGW, sleeper cell, Jamaat-e-Islami, Hizbul Mujahideen and Pakistan?
PDP के साथ गवर्नमेंट क्यों बनाई?
One more point I want to put forth, Arnav. We have been hearing here that the Indian Muslims have to come up and accept the country. Then only the country will progress. I would like to ask those people who have just said this thing. I want to ask them, who was APJ Abdul Kalam Azad? Who was Dr. Zakir Hussain? Who is Sania Mirza? Who was Zakir Hussain? Who is A.R. Rahman? Who is Shabana Azmi? Who was Patodi? Who is Zahir Khan? They are all Muslims. So you cannot basically target...
No, they are not OGWs. I'm not questioning them. I was not questioning them. Sania Mirza was at my Republic Summit. What are you talking about? I'm not against them. I'm talking about sleeper cells. When the army... 1 minute. When they... Okay, Rohan, 1 minute. Aditya, 1 minute. 1 minute. When the army confirmed... I'll give you an example. You people are pro-terrorist. I'll give you an example. When the army confirmed that those killed in the 2018 Shopian encounter were OGWs, Mehbooba Mufti, your leader, the pro-terrorist Mehbooba Mufti, the pro-Pakistan Mehbooba Mufti contradicted the security forces and claimed, oh, but they are civilians, she said. My condolences to the families of the civilians. OGW pakde jate hain, aap civilian kehte hain? OGW civilian hai? Is an OGW a civilian?
Now I'm going to take the counter back also.
Arnab, let me tell everybody one thing.
Brave soldiers were gunned down in Anantnag.
Samar and Aditya.
In Poonch, civilians killed in Kathua, civilians killed in Riyasi, civilians killed in Belgaum.
Samar.
Not a question being asked by the Home Minister.
End of the day, Aditya, end of the day, your family is equally in danger as much as my family is. It is our collective responsibility to call out terror. And if we do not call out terror, it is you and I who will suffer. The politicians are just safeguarding.
You still want to back him? Please be my guest, back him. But nothing will change. See, this doctor is not able to cure the disease. He's not the right person. He has miserably failed.
The more we fail to call out terror, our families are going to be in danger.
Pelham happened when he was the Home Minister.
And Aditya, let me also tell you one thing. That in this Fidain attack, there were Muslim casualties as well. I am repeating myself.
As far as BJP is concerned, he may be a great election manager, but he has miserably failed on all counts as far as being the Home Minister of India.
No, 1 minute. Let's go to the nub of the issue. Let's go to the nub of the issue. Rohan. Now 1 minute. Let's go to the nub of the issue. The nub of the issue, what I need to tell you is that if people are watching this tonight, you're watching this at home, tomorrow is the Bihar result. You know what will happen, Savio?
Because of incompetent government. We are unsafe because of incompetent government.
Your incompetency. 70 साल से सोते रहे हो और अब ये जो जहरीले पौधे हैं,
भूटान गए हुए हैं घूमने, भूटान गए हैं।
Why is Rahul Gandhi in Muscat? आपके नेता मस्कट में क्या कर रहे हैं?
शर्म आनी चाहिए आप लोगों को। 70 साल से देश को पिछवाया है।
निकम्मी सरकार।
You should be ashamed today.
निकम्मी सरकार।
When your CM says that we are Muslim, you should apologize to the country today.
Competent government.
Apologize on the behalf of few radicals. Nobody is against the whole Muslim community. We are against the radicals, and as a Congress party, he has spoken something against radicals. Why you are silent against radicals? Why you are talking about Muslim community as a one? Why you are not able to speak against the radicals? Not even a single word of criticism against the radicals. आप पूरी मुसलमान कम्युनिटी को मत लेके आइए, किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, जो भी देश में मुस्लिम देश उसके साथ खड़ा हुआ है।
कांग्रेसी
जब देश रहता है, आप क्या सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे हैं? रेडिकल के सिर्फ आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए, आपके सीएम को आपके जब ये बोला था कि आप मुसलमान कांग्रेस है, क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप लोग? पूरे देश के सामने आपकी जो तुष्टीकरण की एक्सपोज हो चुकी है, एक शब्द नहीं बोला आपने। आप पूछ रही है सवाल सरकार को, पर साथ में आपको मुस्लिम रेडिकल लोगों को क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए था, उसके खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए था, आपको नहीं करना चाहिए था। ये हकीकत है।
कौन गया था पाकिस्तान?
बात कर रहे हैं आप लोग, बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं।
अरे बिरयानी खाने पाकिस्तान कौन गया?
ऐसी पार्टी ने हिम्मत लगा के रख दिया है।
मनमोहन सिंह तो नहीं गए,
पूरे देश को एक
इंदिरा गांधी ने तोड़ दिया था
पूरी
पाकिस्तान
सिस्टम को, और अभी भी आप लोग यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं। ये सरकार करके दिखाएगी, पर आपकी जो देश के खिलाफ की जो फीलिंग है, जो गद्दारी है, पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है कि आप भी
कांग्रेसी हो, रोहन
एक्टिविस्ट उसके साथ में
कांग्रेसी हो, आप तो कांग्रेसी
होना चाहिए आपको। डूब बनना चाहिए।
तो जब टेररिस्ट अटैक होगी तो पाकिस्तान में अटैक क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
और तभी वो जो पार्टी थी आज पूरी तरह से रेडिकल हो गई है। मुसलमान कांग्रेस कभी नहीं थी, तुष्टीकरण इतना कभी नहीं किया है। आप लोग गोदी में जाके बैठ गए अपनी वोट बैंक की राजनीति।
अरे आप कांग्रेसी
शर्म
हो
आनी
भाई,
चाहिए आपको एज ए
आप
नेशनल
कांग्रेसी हो।
50-50
देश में दिल में देश होना
कांग्रेसी हो।
चाहिए, कोई भी धर्म हो, कोई भी जाति हो, आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए। आज आपको सवाल पूछना चाहिए था उन
अरे तो बिरयानी क्यों खाने गए?
मुसलमान कम्युनिटी का नाम क्यों
अरे
खराब कर
बिरयानी
रहे हो?
खाने क्यों गए?
नाम खराब कर रहे हो?
बिरयानी खाने
क्या
क्यों
है
गए?
आपकी हिम्मत बोलने की? एक शब्द
भूटान में
बताइए,
क्या
मुझे
करने
आपसे
गए हो?
पूछना हो।
घर में
शर्म आनी
मातम
चाहिए आप लोगों को।
पसरा है और आप
मुसलमान
भूटान गए हो।
मुसलमान मुसलमान अरे करिए
घर में
अपनी
मातम
राजनीति,
परसा है
देश
तो
के खिलाफ
भूटान
तो
गए
मत
हो।
होइए। अपनी
मुस्लिम अपीसमेंट
तुष्टीकरण
कर रहे
की
हो आप लोग
राजनीति में
बीजेपी वाले।
देश के खिलाफ मत
आप लोग
जाइए।
सनातन धर्म
देश
विरोधी
आपको
हो।
देख रहा है, पूरा देश
आप लोग
देख रहा है,
सनातन धर्म
आपकी
विरोधी
हकीकत देख रहा है।
आप
और
लोग
डूबते
मुस्लिम
जाएंगे।
तुष्टीकरण
और
कर रहे हो।
लेफ्टिस्ट मानसिकता करिए।
आप
खड़े
लोग
रहिए
मुस्लिम
लेफ्टिस्ट
तुष्टीकरण
मानसिकता
कर
के
रहे
साथ
हो।
में।
आप
आपने
बिरयानी
पार्टी को
का
डुबो दिया
कर्ज अदा
और
कर
भी
रहे हो।
डूबेगी। एक
आप
शब्द नहीं बोला
बिरयानी
आपने।
का कर्ज अदा
आपका
कर रहे हो।
पुलवामा हुआ, आपका पहलगाम
ये
हुआ,
सब
आप
बीजेपी
क्या
और
बोलते हैं?
टेररिस्ट
अरे एक
मिलकर
कम्युनिटी के
करवाया
खिलाफ
है।
जो हुआ है उसका रिएक्शन है।
इंक्वायरी क्यों नहीं कराई आपने? आपने पुलवामा की इंक्वायरी क्यों नहीं कराई? आपने पहलगाम की इंक्वायरी क्यों नहीं कराई?
आपकी मानसिकता है। बात
क्यों
मत
नहीं
करिए
कराई
यहाँ पे।
इंक्वायरी?
पूरे देश से
आपने
माफी
इंक्वायरी
मांगी
क्यों
आप
नहीं कराई?
लोग। इस गद्दारी के लिए माफी
अफगानिस्तान और
मांगी।
पाकिस्तान
देश
क्यों
माफ
मिल
नहीं
गए?
करेगा आप लोगों
दुश्मन
को।
थे ना।
60 साल तक देश को
अफगानिस्तान
बर्बाद
पाकिस्तान
करके
दुश्मन थे,
रखा।
आपस में
एक
क्यों मिल
दिवस में
गए?
देश को चाट के रखा। उस
सारे विश्व में अकेला कर दिया है विश्व गुरु
बांग्लादेश
ने।
में हिंदू मरते हैं उसके
सारे
खिलाफ
विश्व में
तुष्टीकरण।
हमको अकेला
वक्फ
अकेला
में तुष्टीकरण। मुसलमानों के लिए तेलंगाना
भूटान
में
जाके
तुष्टीकरण।
मिठाई खा रहे हैं।
रिजर्वेशन का राइट
भूटान
देने
जाके
के लिए
केक खा
तुष्टीकरण।
रहे हैं।
Ladies and
Quick
gentlemen,
opposition.
while the
ये आपका
political
तरीका
debate
है।
goes on, Rohan
अरे भूटान जाके
Rohan
केक
and
खा रहे हैं।
Akhil,
भूटान
while
जाके
the
केक खा
political
रहे हैं।
debate goes
जहाँ
on,
हमारे लोग
Savio,
कर रहे हैं, भूटान जाके
is a real
केक खा रहे हैं।
danger. The terrorists have moved money from Dubai.
अरे मोदी जी को कहो भूटान
They
के
have
साथ
moved
न जाएं।
money,
बिरयानी न खाएं,
they have
पाकिस्तान
moved
जाएं।
explosives,
देश की रक्षा करें।
they have moved ammonium nitrate, they have made certain mosques into centers, certain madrasas into centers and universities into centers of the terrorist infrastructure.
अरे बीजेपी की
They have
सरकार
carried
की
out
निकम्मी
parallel
सरकार है।
networks,
ये
experiments
बीजेपी की
at
सरकार
poisoning,
निकम्मी सरकार है।
bomb
इनके
blasts,
जमाने में
and they have launched their women's wing. Therefore, we are not safe. There is a genuine danger today, Savio. Someone like you can explain it best.
पुलवामा अब दिल्ली
We only know about one person and one blast. But you know, people are in such, people are so concerned today. When there was a sound of a tire explosion somewhere near Radisson Hotel in Mahipalpur today, a lady, she called the police, and for a few moments there was news that has something happened. So somewhere there is a sense of concern, of fear. This is not a time only to be doing political debates. I say this is a time for us to realize urban terrorism is coming back in this country.
निकम्मी सरकार है।
Urban terrorism is coming back in this country through the Islamist network.
Let's be brutally honest, Arnab.
निकम्मे लोग हैं।
India is under threat from terrorism. We are under threat and we must be very alert, very careful. I have repeatedly stated that the enemies of India want to create fear and mayhem in India, and terrorism is one of the tools that they will use, and Islamic radicalism is something that has been used time and again to spread terrorism, fear and distraught amongst the people in the Muslim community. And therefore, while people might talk that terrorism has no religion, unfortunately, most terrorists from all around the world happen to be Muslims. And that's sad, because Islamic radicalism is destroying these young boys and girls. And India is facing a terror threat because of rapid Islamic radicalism. And it is up to the Muslim community, the good Muslims, to please keep a check on Islamic radicalism. Because if you're going to remain quiet, you would be the next victim of a bomb blast. And some people have become in bomb blasts before. So please realize the danger of Islamic radicalism to our country. It's not about politics. It's not about BJP. It's not about Congress. It's about India. It's about Bharat. And here, whether you're a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian, we all have to fight terrorism together. That's what we need to understand.
I hope, Tausif, you wake up. I hope you realize people like you. You're probably thinking, I'm going to present myself as a moderate Muslim. It will help. It won't, because Pakistan's intelligence apparatus and the radicals have historically chosen targets not for tactical damage, but for symbolism. The Red Fort, Mumbai's Taj Hotel, CST during 26/11 all represent India's sovereignty, civilizational pride.
Minister. Our Home Minister is barely in his office.
Our Home Minister is in a meeting this moment.
He's mostly busy
There's
in
a
election
breaking news
campaigning.
update I have that the Home Minister is in a meeting this moment.
Busy managing elections in Bihar.
Why are you not addressing
The Home Minister is not meeting with Ajit Doval to discuss elections.
Why can't
these Muslim kids are an asset to us when they become
Home
doctors,
Minister does not have time.
bureaucrats.
He's acting like a de facto BJP president. Home Minister is acting like a de facto BJP president. You do not have a BJP president. All action,
you will keep
all
renting.
decision is taken
You
by
will
the
keep renting.
Home Minister
You
office.
will realize.
Yeah, Savio,
Who comes to Bengal, who goes to Bihar to finalize the candidates for the election. It is the Home Minister who
I
has
have
a
Muslim
final
friends.
word on the
I
candidates,
have Muslim
on the
family and
campaigning,
friends. Okay,
on choosing
I
the
have
election
them
dates.
as very close to me. They are fearing to speak out. Why? Because they are successful. They're doing well. They're thriving. But the people and the community who are brainwashing these Muslim kids, you are disintegrating the Muslim community. And I appeal to the Muslims of India to nab these people who are brainwashing.
For a while,
our
we'll be
Muslim
distracted
kids
from this
and
news agenda.
putting the gun in their hands.
For a while, in conclusion,
you should
I'd
pull
say
them
we'll
out
be
from their collars and give them to the cops.
Yeah, only
we
for a
have
while.
to save each other's lives. It is the matter of our nation. And it is time we wake up.
Well, I think we keep talking about what the government can do. We as citizens need to realize that the monument from where India's Prime Minister hoists the tricolour has been attacked. You want to keep fooling yourself, you can keep fooling yourself. Proxy group, non-proxy group, all this is absolute rubbish. 78 acres of the Alfala University near the national capital becomes a center for terrorism. The scale this time is very, very large. We have forensic proof. Do you know, viewers, what 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate can do? Along with imported communication gear? My friend Samar knows. My friend Samar knows. When is the government's hard response coming? I am going to ask that question. I have a right. Congress doesn't have a right. But if there is terrorism on a huge scale, Rohan, we need a citizens' movement on a huge scale as a counter response as well. Draw us in. Bring in the citizenry. You can't do it alone. Rohan, let me tell you, government can't do it alone. You make the people of this country your agents. We'll all fight together with you. There are groups which want to make India into an Islamic state. It never will be. But you need to be more direct in your approach. I would like to see the hardline BJP, Rohan, not the moderate BJP.
Agree with you.
We don't want the BJP to be a moderate party.
Time to be proactive now.
BJP,
enough of being on the defensive.
Enough of being moderate and
one more thing.
Politically correct.
Where I feel you are absolutely right is today it is a time, you have rightly told, 140 करोड़ देश की जनता हिंदू हो मुसलमान हो और जो अच्छे मुस्लिम है जो देश के लिए मर मिटना चाहते देश की भावना है उनको भी साथ में आके ये जो दाग बचा हुआ है इसको हटाने में सरकार के साथ में
जो आएंगे आएंगे जो नहीं आएंगे don't bother too much about it, don't be politically correct. This is a huge industrial scale terrorism. Nobody is safe. Delhi is not safe, Kolkata is not safe, Lucknow is not safe, Guwahati is not safe, Mumbai is not safe.
Generation of India.
Yeah, we are worried. We need to get our country and its demography right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be distracted from the news agenda for a while. I want to tell you that with great pride, we will be live both on Hindi and English tomorrow. 6 a.m. onwards, we start our coverage. 7 a.m. onwards, I will be on. And I'll be on and on and on till the results are out. One last thing I want to say tonight. It has become a big problem in our country that some news networks, they declare the results by 9 o'clock. By 8:30, they put out half the leads. Let me tell you, it is not statistically, humanly, mechanically, or in any way possible. To put out early numbers becomes a craze among news channels. And in previous examples, like in Haryana, all these news channels got it wrong. So what will Republic do? We're going to go slow and steady, but we're going to get it right. So slow and steady wins the race. We're going to get it right. And we'd love to bring the results with you. 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whenever you want to join. We'll have the results clear by 10:30. We're not going to put out fake numbers. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the Red Fort blast probe is exposing the extent of the chilling rise of radical Islamist networks in the country. As radicalized Islamist groups proliferate across the country, Republic also exposes the undeniable Pakistan link tonight to the Delhi blast plot. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've always said stands proven today. We have come to know, in the aftermath of the Chandni Chowk terror attack, that there is a deep penetration of Islamist, radicalized, fundamentalist, terrorist and pro-terrorist networks in India, much more than you knew. Much more penetration, ladies and gentlemen, all across of the dangerous Islamist ideology, much more deep penetration closer to you than you may want to believe. Somewhere around you, there are these Islamist, fundamentalist, pro-terrorist, radicalized, Ghazwa-e-Hind kind of sleeper cells of terrorists. If this is not Islamist fundamentalism, then what is? What is? Do not be in denial anymore. Do not think. If you're watching this from your cozy living room, in a high-rise or a gated community, thinking it will not hit you, don't fool yourself, it will. There is so much penetration of Islamist, terrorist and Islamist ideology in this country. The arrests of Maulvis who are spreading the concept of hyper-urban terrorism proves the pipeline of radicalization from Kashmir to Haryana. Alfala University, Faridabad, now under the lens for financial transactions. They falsely claimed A-grade accreditation, misleading students and regulators. Multiple accused, all dangerous, radicalized terrorists. They could be moving around in a mall near you. They could be having food in a fast food joint next to you. You would probably think you are safe, but you are not, because they have surrounded you all across, ladies and gentlemen, and we need to start identifying these people one by one. There are all these radicalized people, radicalized group, people with extremist thinking, dangerous people, jihadis, Maulvi Irfan Ahmad in Shopia, talking to people in Pakistan, Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiyaq living right next to the Alfala University campus, quietly going and buying vegetables one day and then arranging explosives the other day. All these people, Dr. Shaheen, going to malls, going to shops, general stores, and now it is found they were carrying detonators, explosives, logistics, all moving around silently saying we are professionals by morning, terrorists by night, taking government funding in the morning, working for government establishments, studying on our taxpayer money in the morning, and jihadis by night. So if you want to think and you're watching this saying that, oh, but this happened in Chandni Chowk, it will never happen to me. No, these people are deep, they have penetrated deep, they have penetrated institutions, they have penetrated quote-unquote civil society, they have penetrated academia, they have penetrated NGOs, they are carrying the guise, some people in the form of media maybe, and they're disguising themselves and they're moving all around, and you would never know how radicalized the person sitting next to you actually is. So be very careful, ladies and gentlemen. This is the paradox of educated jihad. Some people tell me this is because Muslims are being treated badly in this country. Tell me, were these people, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen Shahid, Dr. Umar, who studied on the basis of my taxpayer money, were they being treated badly? Did they say no when they got government funding for their medical education? No. These are the privileged jihadi Muslims, completely privileged, but heart of heart they hate India. Heart of heart, I don't know why. I don't know why. There's a hatred for the country and everything that Bharat stands for. And somehow this Alfala University was the center of all these people. And this hatred in their mind led them to collect 2,900 tons of ammonium nitrate, ID equipments from all over, and think that they would get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the intellectualization of terrorism. We need to be ultra careful right now, because what we are learning is they have really done some deep penetration, and they were planning to carry out a series of attacks in December. Series of attacks. Not one car, not two cars, not three cars full of explosives, dozens of cars. Poisoning of the waters. Mass murder. For years, this secular intelligentsia in this country dismissed Islamist radicalization as a fringe narrative. When I used to speak about it, they used to say, Arnab represents the fringe in journalism. Today, I would like to say, they represent the jihadi approach of journalism. We are representing the nationalist approach. The fringe, ladies and gentlemen, that fringe approach is actually of these people. These are the people all the woke lobbies in Delhi used to support. And I want to ask the human rights lobby today, the pseudo-secular lobby, will you now open your eyes after what we found out? I want to ask Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah. They were all hurt by the encounter of OGWs. I want to ask them, they are the ones who said Burhan Wani should have been given a chance. They were the ones who said they were disappointed by the hanging of Afzal Guru. They are the ones who clicked pictures with Yasin Malik. They are the ones who called Osama bin Laden Osama Ji. Where do you see them today? Do they realize that radicalization and jihad is really growing in our country, the thought of it? And I want to ask you today, if you're a parent, worry about your children. If you're a child, worry about your parents, your grandparents. If you're a nationalist, worry about your nation. Your nation is under attack by the jihadis, the Islamists, and the Ghazwa-e-Hind ideologues. Do not any longer pretend that you can sit in a gated community, play golf, sip gin, fly business class, think only about the GDP and per capita GDP of the country, drown yourself in information about Donald Trump, but not look outside your door to find out what's happening in your country, in your neighborhood, in your colony, in your city, in your town, your village, in your locality, because this form of jihad is all around us. Unless we have an approach where as a nation, we commit ourselves to fighting radicalization, exposing radicalization, questioning radicalization, directly, openly, consistently, and with all conviction, then our nation will be under attack. Today, Republic stands for this war against radicalization. But do the other media do that? Or do they have the middle approach? I said on my Hindi program, as far as terrorists are concerned, and the supporters of terrorism are concerned, we cannot have this live and let live, jio or jeene do kind of approach anymore. And I would also, with all humility, like to tell the people running our great nation that the time has come to wage a war not just against Pakistan and the ISI, but also against those who are in this country and who from the soil of this country want to destroy this country. If there are enemies within all of us, regardless of religion, region, nationality, if we are in this country, if we are part of Bharat, if we believe in Bharat, all of us have to commit ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to a battle against radicalization, specifically Islamist radicalization. Let's debate.
The moment the car bomb exploded, 6:51 p.m. outside the Red Fort. This video is the clearest evidence of the impact of the bomb, created, loaded onto the Hyundai i20 by radical terror doctor Umar Nabi. Highly educated, highly radicalized. He was sent to kill. His handler, this link to Pakistan, Muzaffar Rathir. His details are being exposed on Republic for the very first time.
Today we are showing you the visuals of this residence. This is located in Qazi Gund Kulgam, where the Jammu and Kashmir police approached Interpol to issue a red corner notice against Dr. Muzaffar in connection with the interstate white-collar terror module. Muzaffar is rather a brother of Dr. Adil, who was among the 8, including the doctors arrested in the case related to Red Fort.
Muzaffar Ahmad Rathir, another terror doctor, also the brother of Adil, was directly in touch with a Pakistani handler in Afghanistan. Umar Nabi, the car bomber, was directed to carry out the attack by Muzaffar, who had earlier visited Turkey in 2022. Investigators say it was Muzaffar who coordinated the entire terror module from Dubai, and after his brother and terror doctor Adil's arrest, moved to Afghanistan. This video from the wee hours of the 10th of November, the day the bombing took place, shows that Umar Nabi was travelling through a toll booth with his Hyundai i20, travelling into Mewad. It was hour before the raids at Alfala and Faridabad that morning. Was he tipped off? Was he meeting the radicalized cleric in Mewad? The role of the radical clerics is under scanner. Mewad and Saharanpur are the focus.
देखिए ये वो सीढ़ियां हैं, ये वो घर का दरवाजा जहां पर इस समय ताला लगा हुआ है। डॉक्टर आदिल इसके अंदर रहता था। हर रात लगभग 5 से 6 गाड़ियों में संदिग्ध लोग आते थे डॉक्टर आदिल से मुलाकात के लिए। यहीं पर वो आतंकी पूरी प्लानिंग करता था कि आखिर कैसे देश के हिस्सों में देखिए ब्लास्ट की प्लानिंग की जाए और दहशत फैलाई जाए।
The network of clerics, terror doctors, have a link to one area in Delhi NCR, the Alfala, the Jaish den that became home for the highly radicalized module. It is here that they conducted meetings in a safe atmosphere.
We are outside the Alfala University, where earlier today the car, the fourth car in question, where the suspicion was highlighted by the police officials and the security agencies, the Brezza car, was registered under Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen's name. So a lot of links emerging with regards to Shaheen's activity and her role in this terror module.
Indians are feeling the impact of Islamist radicalization. If it isn't addressed now, once and for all, it will come back to haunt us, like it did during 10/11.
We are here tonight to see whether we can form a consensus against Islamist radicalization. Because it is a fact, it is true. The most radicalization is Islamist radicalization. The most dangerous, the most commonplace radicalization anywhere in the world, not just in India. I asked a question today. Shalini, Subrashta and Sanju Verma on one side, welcome. Syed Asad Abbas, Gaurav Chachra of the SP and Mohammad Suleiman, founder of the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. No. In a way the same, All India Muslim Personal Law Board. Now, why are all these faces of Muslims?
These are not Muslims, Arnab. These are terrorists.
No. Let Mohammad Suleiman answer. As far as I know, you see, this is very convenient. Syed Abbas says these are not Muslim, but Muhammad Umar is a Muslim. Muzammil Shakil is a Muslim.
Arnab,
Adil Rathar is a Muslim. Shaheen Shahid is a Muslim. Nisarul Hasan, जो धमाकों के बाद लापता है, he's gone running, coward. Parvez Saeed, he went to Turkey. He is a Muslim. You can't say these are not Muslim.
Absolutely
these are
not.
Muslim.
Any of these six.
These are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six. No.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six.
They are Muslim.
Any of these six mentioned on top would have read Quran in its entirety, would have read the Hadith of Prophet Muhammad. They would have known. You take one life.
They would have known and all. I don't know, but they are Muslim.
No, absolutely not, Arnab.
They are Muslim.
Am I? I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim who will never hurt anyone.
Shalini is on the debate with Syed Abbas.
No.
Shalini.
Shalini
we have to realize and we have to acknowledge the fact that yes, they are Muslims, they are misguided Muslims, they are not Moments. There's a difference between being a Muslim and a moment.
You are a
Number
Muslim
one.
too.
Number two, they have read the Quran, they've read the interpretation, but they've read it wrongly. So it is our responsibility today to address the issue by saying yes, they are youth that have been misread, they are youth that have been misconstrued, they are youth that have been taken into a different form of Islam. This Islam is not what was supposed to be practiced. This Islam is not what is stated in the Quran. And this Islam is not what is there in the Hadith. So first of all, please stop defending them that they are not Muslims, they are misguided Muslims and they are not moments. Number two,
a true Muslim
the Islamist radicalization is live. You can see it. It is there in our country, and it is time we take responsibility for it.
No, there are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views today. There are two views on the program today. One minute. Shalini, there are two views emerging on the program today. There are two views emerging on the program today. The first view said, hold on, is that we know they are Muslim, but we'll go on television and say they are not Muslim, and then we will say, what is Islamic radicalization? There is nothing called Islamist radicalization. These are secular human beings. We should blame Homo sapiens for it, not any religion. Now, Sanju is on the debate. 1 minute. Sanju's opened up. Where did the AMPLP founder go? Sanju.
Arnab, I need my 30
seconds,
Arnab, please.
Okay, now I heard Mr. Abbas. I just want to make a couple of very quick points. Be it the Faridabad module or this doctor module, the Delhi blast perpetrators, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, which are the names, Arnab, as you pointed out, which have come to the forefront?
Sanju Verma ji, I'll give you a name.
Can I please? I did not interject you, Mr. Abbas. Don't do this. I did not interject you. Arnab, this is no way to debate. I did not interject you. Please keep quiet.
With ISI.
Please keep quiet.
Was with the ISI.
I did not interject you. Please now.
Syed, 1 minute. Syed, after her, please calm down.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I was being decent. I asked you repeatedly, keep quiet, but you went on and on. Now it's your turn to listen. I listened to you very patiently. Muzammil Shakil, Muzammil Ganai, Abdul Mateen Taha,
Nathuram
Dr.
Godse,
Shahid Sahita,
Dhruv Saxena,
Irfan Ahmed,
Nathuram
Maulvi
Godse,
Ishtiaq.
first terrorist of
Who are
India,
these people?
Nathuram Godse.
These are all
Dhruv Saxena, BJP IT cell. BJP IT cell. Was he a Muslim too? He was found to be in connection. He was found to be in connection. Dhruv Saxena of the BJP IT cell from your party, Bharatiya Janata Party. He was found to be in connection with the ISI.
What is wrong with you? Why don't you ask the man to shut up?
Is that all right, Sanju Verma ji? No, I will not shut up. Listen, let's not thrive on this Hindu-Muslim sadistic run. Stop polarization. We are Indians. We are Indians.
Educated professors
So
who are a
so
part
did they
of the
see?
Faridabad module.
Did they see who died?
You should be ashamed of yourself. You're sitting here
You should be
and
ashamed of
supporting
doing
your
Hindu-Muslim.
Jamatis. You're sitting here and supporting your Jamatis.
Hindu-Muslim करने वालों पे मैं
Radical Islamic terror is a reality.
करता हूँ मैं हिंदू-मुस्लिम करने
अल्लाह
वालों पे
अकबर बोलकर बम
अरे हम
फोड़ता
अल्लाह
है।
अकबर भी बोलेंगे,
अल्लाह
जय श्री राम भी
बोलकर
बोलेंगे.
Louder both, louder both.
Let me tell you, संजू जी, ना हिंदू बुरा है, ना मुसलमान बुरा है, जो करता बुराई वो इंसान बुरा है. Yes, that is your language. See, Arnab, this is what she does. Arnab, this is what she does on the show.
एक मिनट,
can I get my time?
Syed, can you just wait for a minute? I find this utterly hypocritical approach, where first you carry out a... No, 1 minute. I have stopped this man. I have stopped this man. 1 minute.
His time has already been
No,
up.
but that's all right. Both of you spoke over each other. I'll come to you. I just want to take a minute to ask you this. What happens? By denying that they are Muslim, what do you get? नहीं, ये लोग... संजू 1 minute. ये approach इनका ये हुआ है. Terrorism हो गई. 2 दिन के लिए चुप रहिए. Comment मत कीजिए. तीसरे दिन बोलिए टेररिस्ट बुरा नहीं होता, इंसान बुरा होता है. प्रॉब्लम उनमें नहीं है, हमारे समाज में है. इंसान बनो, कैंडल लाइट मार्च करो. देखिए, आई वांट टू टेल यू वन थिंग. ओसामा बिन लादेन इंसान नहीं था, मगर मुसलमान तो था.
नहीं, वो राक्षस था.
नहीं, राक्षस था मीन्स व्हाट? ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था. ओसामा बिन लादेन मुसलमान नहीं था.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं, वो राक्षस था और वो रावण था.
शालिनी जी सुन रहा है, ऐमान अल जवारी मुसलमान नहीं था.
रावण था, वो राक्षस था, रावण था. और जो ये लोग हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं,
शालिनी अली,
इस बात को मान रहे हो कि ये मिसगाइडेड यूथ है. इनको जिहाद की गलत डेफिनेशन दी जाती है. इन्हें बोला जाता है कि आपको NRC CAA के वजह से आपको देश से बाहर निकाल दिया जाएगा. आप क्यों नहीं इस बात को मान रहे हो कि इतने प्रिविलेजेस उन्हें हमारे देश में मिल रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद उनको लगता है कि मुसलमानों के साथ बहुत ही गैरों का एक वातावरण बनाया जा रहा है. क्यों नहीं मान लेते हो कि हज सब्सिडी जो आती है इस देश में, उसके ऊपर भी मुसलमान अपना दावा ठोकते हैं और उससे हज के लिए भी जाते हैं. क्यों नहीं मानते हो कि टेररिस्ट जो है वो मिसगाइडेड लोग होते हैं, इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं जिस तरीके से कुरान में लिखा गया है. जिहाद का मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वो एक होली वॉर है. जिहाद का मतलब वो होता है कि आप किसी चीज के लिए स्ट्राइव कर रहे होते हैं. काफिर का मतलब वो नहीं होता है कि आप अल्लाह को नहीं मानते हो. काफिर का मतलब वो होता है जो होली वननेस गॉड को नहीं मान रहा, ऑलमाइटी को नहीं मान रहे हो. ये मिसगाइडेडनेस है. यू कांट से कि मुसलमान नहीं है, वो मुसलमान है, मोमिन नहीं है, वो इस्लाम को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं सही तरीके से. मौलाना ने उनको गलत तरीके से चीजें सिखाई हैं. ये कह देने से कि वो मुसलमान नहीं है, उससे मतलब ये पूरा का पूरा मुद्दा खत्म नहीं होता है. मुद्दा है आपके सामने, आप देख रहे हो, उनके नाम देख रहे हो. आप ये देख रहे हो कि हाँ, उन्होंने अपना रिलीजन जो बताया गया है वो इस्लाम बोला गया है, मुस्लिम बोला हुआ है. इस बात से हट जाओ यार. इस कम्युनिटी को इकट्ठा खड़ा करने के लिए पहले इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर जो प्रॉब्लम है उसकी सोल्यूशन तो देखिए ना। एजुकेशन चाहिए तो ढंग से चाहिए, एजुकेशन की तरफ हमारे कौम के युवाओं को आगे लेकर जाइए ना। इस सब बातों को छोड़ दीजिए कि हाँ जी मुस्लिम है नहीं है। जो इशू है उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करिए और उसको सॉल्व करने से पहले ये बात मान लीजिए कि वो प्रॉब्लम है और उस प्रॉब्लम को सोल्यूशन हमें निकालना है।
I want to ask one question. Why were these terrorists going to these mosques and these madrasas? Syed, 1 minute, please. Please, Syed. We'll have to accept the reality. The reality is that these terrorists were going to certain madrasas and certain mosques. Why were they going to certain madrasas and certain mosques? What was the support structure inside the madrasa, inside the mosque? Now, at the core of the module Subrashta, very interesting point I want to raise here. They are all Muslim clerics, all Muslim religious leaders. Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, Mewat cleric Hafiz Muhammad Ishtiaq. So these people are showing that they are Maulvi, etc. as